about my thoughts about Goldberg and him potentially going on to face Roman. I mean, look, to be honest, I'm not too bothered about it. Goldberg is someone that just doesn't really get onto my radar. He's not someone that I'm really that bothered by, that affected by, inspired by, emotionally connected to. He's just someone that they wheel out so that we can, fans of him can see him. Because apparently there are fans of him. I don't know where they are, but apparently they are out there. So, it is a case of bringing him out so the Saudi fans can see him. And that's it. And then, he ain't going to win the title. It ain't going to be a bump in the road. It feels a little bit pointless, but I get it. Someone likes him. Yeah, someone. Tonight, here we go. Tonight, Heyman rejoins the Universal Champion. The Royal Rumble winner, Ronda Rousey, comes to SmackDown for the first time ever. Is that true? The first time ever Ronda Rousey is on SmackDown to announce her WrestleMania opponent, and Drew McIntyre returns. So there we go. That's the preview for tonight's SmackDown. Rachel, shout out to you. Rachel, a supporter of the channel. A big hello to everyone that's joining us this evening. Whilst it is fresh in my mind, whilst it is fresh in my mind, we are going straight over to the Winter Olympics straight after SmackDown. So as soon as SmackDown finishes, we will be going straight over to the Winter Olympics. That is over on the Football Days channel. So if you are interested in joining us and carrying on the fun and festivities, we will be live for, I reckon, about the next 10 hours. We'll be doing 10 hours. The only thing is, it's all set up on the Football channel. So as soon as SmackDown finishes, we're going to end here, jump over there. So, big shout out to everyone that's joining us. If you've not been over to that Football channel, drop it a subscribe, because we're going to be there every night for the Winter Olympics. And if that is something that interests you, then come and join us. We did the opening ceremony earlier, and it was really good. Had a lot of fun with it. And I still haven't found what Great Britain were wearing. They came out in like this Ben Sherman top, and it was amazing, and it looked really cool, and I really want to buy it. It's probably like £1 billion though, because it's Ben Sherman, who isn't cheap. He is he's kind of like an affordable designer, but it was nice. I really liked what GB were wearing earlier. USA, not so much. USA were dressed like they were ready to go snowboarding. Like, they had really thick, heavy kind of coats on. And it was Ralph Lauren. They were white, said USA on the front. A little bit busy, bit busy. I kind of like simple and plain. But I also like a bit of adventure, I must admit. There was nothing really to not like about what USA were wearing, but oh god, I really liked what Team GB were wearing. That was like Parker coats, lovely jumper, had a Christmassy feel to it. Kind of, it was good vibes. So we were watching the opening ceremony, and as I said, hope you are enjoying all the Winter Olympics if you are following that. Jonathan says Goldberg tonight, maybe. Jonathan Walker, maybe. We know that Elimination Chamber is not that far away. I think it's not this weekend, the weekend after. So it's really going to come around very, very quickly. So, no, is it? No, I don't think it's not this weekend or the weekend after. It's the week after that. It's like 2 weeks, is it? So either way, it's not like a month away. It's about 2 weeks away. So we've got not long to go. I mean, we really do need to start moving if we're going to start adding some matches to that event. So, every chance we see Goldberg tonight. Every chance we see Goldberg. So, that'll be exciting. Said no one ever. Darcy, shout out to you, buddy. Hope you're having a good day. Darcy. That's a great name. I like that name. I like the spelling as well. Very cool. It's cool. It's street. I feel like you do graffiti. You look like you do graffiti as well. But, like, not just tagging, but, like, the cool stuff that you look at and you go, oh, that is art. You know, the kind of stuff that gets sold quite expensive. People, like, break apart brick walls and then sell it at auction houses. That kind of, you know, that level. So, Darcy, shout out to you. Football Talk said, do you think Brock will be on the show today? Also, hope you're doing well. Doing all right, man. Living my best life. Do I think we'll have Brock? I think that... do I think we'll have Brock? I mean, it's going to be hard to not have Brock, I think. Why would Brock not... realistically, why would Brock not be here? Like, it kind of feels like Brock would be here. Brock would want Roman to know that he's coming for him. You know, Roman cost Brock his title. I know he then went and won the Rumble, but it would make sense. Like, you don't need Brock next week. You don't need Brock, like, really the week after. You don't need Brock at all. But you kind of, I think you need him this week. I think he needs to come out and, you know, let Roman know that he's coming for him. That he's going to pick him. He wants him. And he's going to be winning the WWE Championship at Elimination Chamber as well. So, yeah, I'm not sure. If we were going to get him, I think they would announce it. That's the only thing. But then, I don't know, are they saving him for like a surprise attack or something? I thought almost certainly we would see Brock, but he's not part of the preview. So, it's a very interesting question. I'm going to say that we do get him. I'm going to say that we do get him. If I had some money right now, I would say that we do get Brock Lesnar, yes. But I think they're trying to maybe save it as a surprise. I just don't know, why would you not book him for this show? You need him on this show. Of all the shows, you need him on this one. He's got to tell Roman that he's upset with him, isn't he? Oh, I'm mad at you. I just need you to know I'm mad at you. You little... Oh, you wait till I get my hands on you. That's what we need from Brock. Ramit said Shane McMahon released from WWE. Lol. It indicates something going big in WWE. After Forbidden Door for Impact, it indicates something's going on in Impact. I think Shane is buying Impact, says Ramit. Who do you think Ronda will choose? I think she will choose Charlotte. I think she'll choose Charlotte. The rumors are she's facing Charlotte this year, Becky next year, which I think is fine. I think that's absolutely fine. I mean, she does have problems with both. She does have a problem with Charlotte because Charlotte kendo sticked the life out of her at Survivor Series. And then she's obviously got a big problem with Becky anyway. So, yeah, I can see an argument for both. And I think the Becky match is bigger, so it makes sense to save that one. If you're going to do one this year, it makes sense to do the Charlotte one this year and build to the bigger one, which is the Becky one. Harley said, I think Shane is going to buy Disney. Yeah, that's a really good shout. That's a really good shout, Harley. I think Shane's going to buy Disney. I think Shane's going to buy... Oh, this could be a fun little new game we play. What's Shane going to buy? What is Shane? I think Shane's going to buy Amazon. I think Shane buys Amazon. That's my prediction. Oh, this is a fun game, isn't it? I think Shane buys Microsoft. He's going to buy Microsoft. He's going to buy Microsoft and Amazon. And he's going to call it Microson. That's what he's going to do. Thomas Morales said, do you think that Ronda is back full-time? Do I think Ronda's back full-time? Yes. I think Ronda's back full-time. Reports are that she's back full-time. Reports are that she is going to be around till WrestleMania 39. The only thing is she really going to win and then leave? That's the only question. If 39 is going to be her final show, is she going to win and leave? She can't, surely. But they must be talking about it now. They must be like, you need to lose to Becky. You can't lose and then leave. Like, you can't do that. So, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do. Probably the better thing to do would be to have her stay till SummerSlam next year, do 2 matches, and she wins one and Becky wins the other. That would probably be the better way of doing it. Just like how Rock and Cena did it. They had 2 matches at WrestleMania. One won one, the other won another. Shane is going to bring WCW and make Bad Bunny champion. Oh, God. I would love that. Every fiber of my body would love that. I would love it if Shane brought back WCW and just filled it with celebrities. No. Do you know, I'd watch that show. I would watch that show. Imagine a show where it's literally just celebrities. There's no wrestlers. And all they do is they just keep bringing in celebrities. And you've got a main roster of celebrities that are a bit like maybe washed up now. And they don't have anything else to do. Like maybe like when, you know, Tom Brady's not got anything to do. So he could go to Celebrity Wrestling Federation. SWF, SWF, SWF. So Tom Brady could go over there. And like anyone that is like a celebrity that's kind of, you know, not that busy at the moment, they could go to SWF. And we just do, it's kind of like that celebrity death match, but in real life. That'd be all right. I'd watch that. Shane is going to buy the Wrestling Days channel. Doubt it, mate. Not unless he's got £5.75 on him. Shane is going to buy a McPlant. They're worth it. They're quite good. They're quite good. Aaron said, my top 4 favourite women's wrestlers are AJ Lee, Paige, Sasha, Banks, and Ronda Rousey. Dave said Shane is going to buy Raw Underground. Listen, I want to show the picture that Dave sent me, right? I'm not going to show the one that he DM'd me because that's filth. But I'll show the one that he tagged me in. I must say, I appreciated this picture, Dave. I mean, what is going on there? What is going on there? That, honestly, I mean, that's the kind of thing you get at the doctors. Do you know what I mean? It's very important that you get things checked out. And I didn't realize that Jessica Carr was someone that could do that could check things out for you. But she is just having a little rummage, just having a little check to make sure that everything's all right up there. And, I mean, I love how the referee is checking on her as well. The second ref, just like, you know, keep going, you're doing a wonderful job. I don't know, perhaps there was another baby on the way, who can say? But I thought that was a wonderful picture that Dave shared. So I appreciate that. If you're not following Dave in real life on Twitter, you're missing out. There's wonderful images like that. Dave in Dirty Life. It's a great picture. It's very informative. Yes, I enjoyed it. Just whilst we're on filth, we might as well just stick on filth for a second before we leave it. Because once we leave it, I don't want to come back to it. But can I just say, this guy said this is the best thing Vince ever put on TV. I don't know if you've seen this tweet. That this guy said this is the best thing that Vince McMahon ever put on TV, right? Sasha Banks. Thank you, Vince. Sasha Banks actually quote tweeted it, which I think is brilliant. Because you look at that tweet on its own, you go, oh, that's just like a perv. That's just a perv. But the fact Sasha Banks actually quote tweeted it saying, thank you, Vince. Thank you, Vince. It's all down to Vince. Living legend. That's what Middlesbrough did to United in that picture. You're absolutely right. They did use their hands. Days, will there be a women's elimination chamber this year? It's in Saudi, so I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know if they're going to do it. I don't think that the fact it's in Saudi is too much of a problem. We've started to see them having women's matches, and not only that, they've had a couple of women's matches. So, you know, I think we get, I think the last time we did Crown Jewel, there was a title match, a women's title match. And because it was Sasha, Bianca, and Becky in a match. And then we also got the final of Queen's Crown, which was Queen Zelina and Doudrop. So they've started to not only have just like one token women's match, they've started now to have women's matches. So I'm starting to think like an Elimination Chamber match with women. I don't know if it'd be that big of a problem now. I think they'd be able to do it now. I think like the precedent has been set, so unless they feel that maybe that's too far, it's too graphic. But, you know, Vince could book a PG women's elimination. It'd be like, nah, it'll be all right. Don't worry. There'll be no blood or anything like that. Like, we'll keep it PG. I don't know. I don't see it being a problem that it's in Saudi. But it's not announced. And I don't know. I don't know if they'll announce one now. I kind of feel like Charlotte and Becky are on a collision course. And I kind of feel that Bianca and... Charlotte and Ronda are on a collision course. And I feel that Bianca and Becky are as well. So perhaps they just feel like those are the matches and we don't need an Elimination Chamber. Do you think Ronda and Shayna will fight? I don't know if they'll fight, but I could see them teaming together. Be a bit weird if they keep them apart. So I could definitely see them being a tag team. And I think that would work really well, actually, because that means Shayna would be able to do a lot of the heavy lifting during those tag matches. So, yeah, I don't know if they'll fight against each other, but I can see them teaming. Shane is going to buy Man United. He would do a better job than the Glazers. I think anyone could do a better job than the Glazers. I really can't think of too many people that would do a worse job. So, yeah, I think I'd welcome Shane McMahon as the new overlord at United. The sale of 3XL women's t-shirt must skyrocket after Saudi shows. I love it when Saudi get a pay-per-view in the UK time. It's perfect. Assuming we get Ronda, Charlotte, and let's say Becky, Bianca, what would you do with Bayley, Sasha? Any chance that we could get them versus Lita and Trish? That'd be nice. Certainly if we had it as a tag team match as well. Have we seen that match already? I can't remember. Because we know the Boss and Hug connection was a thing. They've been together. And we know that Lita and Trish have been a tag team. I can't remember if they came back and faced each other. I wouldn't mind that match. I mean, we've got 2 days to fill. So, yeah, I probably wouldn't do them as singles matches, though. They're a bit too similar. Do you know what I mean? Like, a Sasha versus Lita is quite similar to a Bayley versus Trish. So, I think I'd much rather do it as a tag match. Agent Dave is buying United. That might be worse, actually. Having a bona fide Liverpool fan buying United, you might have found something that's actually worse. Shane is going to buy the rights to the Monopoly game and put himself as the new face of the game. Yes. And then he can come out with like, here comes the Monopoly money. Here comes the Monopoly money. Monopoly, 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 Monopoly. You can't do that. That's hard. Monopoly, 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 Monopoly. I think I'm losing my mind. I've only done the opening ceremony. Can you imagine what I'm going to be like in about 10 days? Yes, Mr. Monopoly Money making his way down. I'd love it if next time we see him, he's dressed like the Monopoly Man. If he does buy Monopoly and he comes down with the hat and the thing and the cane, that'd be brilliant. And on the one side, there's someone dressed as a boot. On the other side, there's someone dressed as an iron. And, oh my God, that'd be such a funny gimmick. Why does no one do this? Why does no one do this? Yes, that would be brilliant. That would be brilliant. And then, like, the finishing move could be called Go Directly to Jail. Yes, Go Directly to Jail. Oh my God, he's took a chance. He's took a chance and he's hit him with the finisher. Go Directly to Jail. That would be great. I'm trying to think now of other ways you can bring in the Monopoly game. I don't even want to get on Community Chest. Let me tell you, that's a Dave in real life joke. He can do something with that. I purchased NXT UK title earlier today, and it should be here in 3 to 5 days. It's amazing. It's a wonderful title. Wonderful. Shane is going to buy Twitch and YouTube. Did you hear that Goldberg's going to return? I've heard those rumors. Yes, I'm excited. Shane buys McDonald's and renames it Shane O'MacDonald's. Shane O'MacDonald's. Ah. Brilliant. And then next time we see him, he's dressed like Ronald McDonald. He's got someone dressed as the Hamburglar and someone dressed as, I don't know, the purple thing's name's like Grimace or something, isn't it? Grimace? What is it? Does anyone know what it actually is? Is it meant to be like your spleen or something? What is it? I don't know what it's meant to be. That purple thing. Never seen that purple thing on the menu at a McDonald's. I have no idea what it's meant to be. And they're kind of phasing him out, and he's gone, isn't he? Where's Ronald? I haven't seen him in years. Something suspect going on. I think he got cancelled. I think a load of people came out and spoke about Ronald because he looks the sort, doesn't he? You know what cancel culture's like? You know, in all these celebrities, it turns out that they were up to no good. Ronald would be top of my list of people that was secretly up to no good whilst being in the public eye. That is so Ronald McDonald. That is so Ronald McDonald. I think he must have got cancelled. Grimace? Yeah, what the flip is a grimace? Do you think Ronda will be on Raw or SmackDown? SmackDown. I think she should be on Raw because right now Raw is less interesting to watch than SmackDown, and Ronda is a missing piece. Yeah, putting her on Raw would make sense. Certainly what with Roman being on Raw, and now it seems like Brock's going to... What with Roman being on SmackDown, and now it seems like Brock's going to be on SmackDown. It definitely seems like she is needed on Raw, but apparently she's going to be feuding with Charlotte, so I think it's going to be SmackDown for her. Dave in real life would be cancelled. That's true. I've got no doubts about that. All of his dark, dirty secrets would come out, and I think we all know he's got loads. Can we just take a moment to imagine if William Hensey became like well known and like was like a celebrity? How quickly do you reckon William Hensey would get cancelled? I'm gonna say 13 minutes. I'm gonna give it 13 minutes from the moment that he becomes a bona fide celebrity. Perhaps he, like, you know, makes it big on TikTok or something. You know, like that dude that was skateboarding down the road to Fleetwood Mac. He went all over the world, didn't he, the other year? I kind of think if William Hensey was to do something like that and make it big and go viral, I reckon about 13 minutes later he would be cancelled. But always welcome here. Always welcome here. Who will win Elimination Chamber? I'm hoping it'll be Bobby, to be honest. I don't really like seeing the belt passed around too much, so I'm rooting for Bobby. Who do I think will win? I don't know. I don't think Brock. I actually don't think Brock. I think Brock's facing Roman, and I don't think it's going to be champion versus champion. I don't think it is. It could be. I don't think it is. So, either Bobby retains or it's going to be someone new for Raw. I'm hoping Bobby. Keep it nice and clean. Harley reckons 27 minutes. Wow, you've got a lot of confidence in him. Nicole gives it 10. This is good. That actually feels a bit more realistic. Grimace fact. Here we go. I knew Jim would come through for us. Jim's here. Here we go. Grimace fact. In 2012, McDonald's Corp tweeted from their official account that Grimace was the embodiment of a milkshake, though others still insist he's a taste bud. What? What? Is the embodiment of a milkshake? What? Oh, I've got all kinds of questions. If he's going to embody a milkshake, wouldn't you make him more milkshakey? I mean, I have heard that Grimace brings all the boys to the yard. In all fairness, I've heard this. A lot of people have been saying this for years. He's got dirty secrets as well. My Grimace brings all the boys to the yard. They're like, he's better than yours. Damn right, he's better than yours. I could teach you but I have to charge my grimace brings the boys to the yard. That's crazy. Thank you, Jim. Jim always has the facts. Will you watch the Super Bowl? If you do, I will watch the Super Bowl. Do you want to win LA or Cincinnati Bengals? I don't know anything about Cincinnati, to be honest. Cincinnati is a bit mysterious, and honestly, right, I'm going to be completely honest, and you're going to go, that's silly. It always makes me think of cinnamon, and I don't know why. I think whenever I hear Cincinnati, I think cinnamon. I don't know if it's because they're just really close in the words, but whenever I think of Cincinnati, I think of cinnamon. I don't really like cinnamon, so like cinnamon Bengals, and I'm like, don't know what that is. That sounds like a hippie place where you buy crystals. Welcome to Cinnamon Bengals. I don't know. I don't like it. No, don't like it. LA Rams for me. I know what I'm getting with LA. Los Angeles. And I'm sure they're probably like the big team that bully everyone. They've got that amazing stadium and they're at home. And I'm sure Cincinnati Bengals are lovely. And I'm sure they're the underdogs. And their team's probably made up of farmers and milkmaids and whatever. Not professional sportsmen. And do you know what I mean? Like, they're probably like massive underdogs and whatever. But makes me think of cinnamon, and I don't know why. It's weird, isn't it, when you think of... when I think of Cincinnati, I think of Vincinnati. I don't know what that is. I want Cincinnati to win because the Bengal tiger is the national animal anthem of Bangladesh, which is my ethnic country. That's fair. Have you seen Alanga being racially abused? No, I haven't, and that's horrific. That's horrific. The only thing is that these people should be found and hopefully dealt with. So, you know, the only positive, not that there's really any, but the only positive is that we are doing a lot more now to counter this. You know, it's something that happens. The only thing is, a lot of the time, it's not people from the actual UK. Obviously, it's people from like around the world, and we don't really have jurisdiction on that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you're ever going to stop that from happening. But if they are UK based, then it should be getting investigated, and those people should be getting dealt with. It's awful. It's absolutely awful. We just got to do what we can to deal with it. I felt so sorry for him. Of all the people to miss, you don't want it to be the young kid that's come in and, you know, done well. So I do feel for Alanga. What WWE championship should Liv Morgan try to get, in your opinion? Any championship. She should try and get anything. She should try and get... If Sarah Logan's back, she should try and go after the women's tag belts. If Sarah Logan is back. If Sarah Logan's not... In fact, maybe go after the tag belts anyway. I don't think she's going to be getting any belt this side of WrestleMania, but so you'd have to say the women's tag titles might be her best opportunity. She ain't going to get past Bianca, and she ain't going to get past Becky or Ronda or Charlotte. You got Bayley on her way back. You got Asuka on her way back. I kind of feel that Liv is in the mix, but yeah, probably getting into a tag team might be better for her in the short term. Vape Ross Vape said, Cinnamon from Cincy, great dancer, legs for days. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? That makes me think of that. Genuinely does. Whenever I hear Cincinnati, I always think cinnamon. It's just one of those subliminal things, and I don't know why. I don't know why I do it. I don't know why. I think it can only be that the words are quite close. I don't really like cinnamon. So, I mean, if there was a cinnamon bun, that's fine. Do you know what I mean? I'd eat it. But I'm not crazy about cinnamon. But you need to do another Hell's Kitchen match with action figures. Dave said, Liv Morgan is not getting another title shot now that Ronda is here. Lauren said, I'm already seeing racist comments on a Alanga post. This has to stop, and there's no place for it in the game. Completely agree. I don't know how you stop it, though, to be honest. I mean, the only Cincinnati chili has got cinnamon in it, says Rob. Oh, my God. Well, I can tell you it wasn't that because I didn't know that. But that is very interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah, in regards to racial abuse, I mean, what do you say? Of course, it's absolutely got to stop. But there are, I mean, it's a sad fact that there are racists in the world. So, and we're not going to, nothing that we're going to say, I think, will change that. I don't know. I don't know if there will always be racists. I hope not. I hope that we can obviously get to the point where, as a species, we manage to get past that. But we haven't managed it yet. And how long have we been on the planet for? So, but who knows? Now that we've got the internet and everything, and maybe people can get a better understanding, and I don't know, find out it's not acceptable. Hopefully, we can start really making some progress on it. But it was awful after the Euros, and it's awful to hear that it's happening now. I don't know if it happens in wrestling, just to bring it back to wrestling. I don't know if it happens in wrestling. I can't remember hearing about a wrestler being racially abused for a long time. It used to happen a lot, but I don't know. I don't know if that happens so much. Someone getting racially abused in wrestling. Don't know. Hope it doesn't, of course, but it's certainly a problem that football's got. At this time, I'd like to announce I'm going to be joining the FSU coaching staff. There'll be no further questions, says T. What is FSU? Is that a new football game? What is FSU? Because I saw a video where they reviewed it, and I don't know what it is. FSU. I looked into it. They got rid of Ronald McDonald after those people were dressing as killer clowns to prank people when the first It film came out. Is that true? So they got rid of Ronald McDonald because there was people dressed as clowns when the first It film came out. We'll bring him back now. I mean, I can't say I think he was quite scary. I was never scared of him, to be honest. I don't really get scared of clowns. I never had that. It's weird, actually, because I was never bothered by clowns. And then when you get older, you find out other people are. You go, really? Never. But now I'm an adult, I can look at Ronald and go, yeah, I get it. He's scary. I get it. I get it now. Now that I can look at him with adult eyes, there's something not right about him. There's something not right. He looks a bit pervy. So it's probably best that he's gone. Your best Liv Morgan match you've seen. Her and Becky is the best Liv Morgan match I've seen. From day one. I said it at the time that I thought that was the best match I'd ever seen her have. I stand by it. So, yeah, I mean, that's good. That's one of her more recent matches. So, WWE Spiteful said, what do you think of the WrestleMania 35 rematch? Winner takes all. Ronda versus Becky versus Charlotte. Don't mind it. I wouldn't be against it. I wouldn't be crazy about it because I'm not a fan of triple threats. I used to like them because there was a few that I saw that were all right, but they just always take away from me. Like a triple threat is never as good as just a one-on-one. And I've watched loads of triple threats, and that triple threat in the main event of WrestleMania was really flat. Just wasn't very, very good. We saw the Bianca, Becky, Sasha triple threat, and it was fine. But it was no better than a one-on-one match. You see, with a one-on-one match, you can have the emotion of selling and being down and digging deep, whereas with this, if someone's doing that, the match pretty much continues. If that happens, the person is just on the outside and the match just continues. So that's a kind of side of it where you're having to dig deep and really try and find a way to win. It kind of negates some of that and as soon as you do dig deep, then someone comes in and kicks you in the back of your head when you go for the pin. And I just think some of the psychology with the triple threat, I mean, it's worth having. It's worth doing. And I do think that a large part of it was that I grew up really without triple threats. You know, there wasn't triple threats in wrestling. Never saw them, never saw triple threats, never saw fatal four-ways. But I don't think they've been a good addition. I don't think they've made wrestling better. So, I mean, there's been some decent ones. I'm not saying that they're all bad. There's been some decent ones. I'm just saying that, on average, it's always better to have a one-on-one match. You know, like Becky versus Charlotte will be better than Becky, Charlotte, Ronda. In fact, Becky, Charlotte was amazing at Survivor Series. That match was amazing. I think I gave that match about 4.5. That was one of the best matches of last year. That match would not have been improved by putting in a third person. Same with like Shawn Undertaker. Shawn Undertaker was an amazing match from WrestleMania. That would not have been made better by adding someone else in it. Because those moments where both people are down and they're digging deep and you've got that emotion, you need that in a match. That's all part of the storytelling. A lot of that gets negated when there's a third person that's jumping in and trying to set up their next move or build towards their next attack or whatever it might be. Like that, those kind of moments, they're a bit more quicker paced triple threats. So I wouldn't be against it. It's a nice callback to WrestleMania 35. But we've seen it, and it wasn't brilliant. Let's put it that way. We've seen it once. And it wasn't brilliant. What are you most impressed with about Liv Morgan? What am I most impressed with about Liv Morgan? I am most impressed with her. I think her promos are rubbish. Her looks okay. Her wrestling is okay. So what most impressed me? She does a very good enziguri. She also does a very good, I think, missile drop kick. There's about 3 moves she does. She does a really good suplex, a good missile drop kick, and an amazing enziguri. She might have some of the best enziguris. So I would say her enziguri impresses me the most. But I like the fact as well that she is dedicated and that she desperately wants to succeed. You know, she is someone that when she reaches the top, you can't say that she cut corners. You know, she went through NXT. She then came to the main roster. She was in the Riot Squad. She's then had to go it alone. There's been loads of opportunity for them to pull the trigger on her, and they haven't. She's had to wait and wait and wait, and she's built up a fan base. I think her cryptic stuff obviously did loads for her as well. So her cryptic tweets played a big part in her getting over. So she knows how to use social media well. So what would I say about Liv? What impresses me most about Liv? I think she works hard. I think she's got a good enziguri. She can put on a decent match, and she had a very good match with Becky. And I think that she uses social media to her advantage very well. So that's what impresses me most about her. Liv has no character development, but she is okay wrestling. Looks pretty, and I can't forget that. Every time I see Liv on TV, I say, "Hello, ladies." Oh, that's awful. Do you really do that every time? That's awful. You should see a doctor. Because honestly, I mean, you could be at home, do you know what I mean, with like your parents. Liv could come on, and you don't want to be shouting out, "Hello, ladies." You don't want to be doing that. So you need to go and speak to someone. There's something not right there. Delmar said, Days, a lot of people are in agreement. I'm not even going to read anymore. I will get to it. That normally means that a lot of people aren't agreeing, or that there are people agreeing, but there's a good chunk of people that aren't agreeing. I'm just telling you now. I haven't even read what your comment is. It could be that this channel is amazing, right? But if ever like a sentence starts that a lot of people are in agreement about this, that always screams to me, this is my opinion, and a lot of people are agreeing with it, but there's a lot of people that aren't agreeing with it as well. We'll read on. Days, a lot of people are in agreement. Dynamite was a little off this week because they drew their lowest rating since moving to TBS with 954 and 0.35. That actually wasn't that controversial. Was Dynamite a little bit off this week? Yeah. But the only thing I would say is that probably that new channel bounce has maybe settled a little bit now. And now they're finding that they're just underneath that million mark. So I still think that 950,000 is good for them. That's fine for them. I mean, they have been down into, I think, didn't they hit 750 once? So 950 is fine. Obviously, if they can be around that million and that's where they are, then it's fine. So I think it's all right for them. And I'm sure that Tony will have something up his sleeve. He'll get another surprise lined up. Or he'll book like a big angle and something will happen. It'll get people talking. I think at this stage, they've consistently been able to keep and maintain these ratings for 2 years. Makes me think that they should be able to keep it going. I can't see any reason why that would now stop. The only thing is they have done a lot to try and maintain them. They had to bring in Daniel Bryan. They had to bring in Adam Cole. They had to bring in CM Punk. So they've had to do a lot to try and keep those ratings where they are. If they do slip to about 750 again, there isn't another CM Punk you can go and get. And there isn't another Bryan Danielson that you can go and get. So if it did slip to those levels, I would be very interested to see how they turn it around this time. But there's enough people, minds there. You've got Jericho. You've got the Bucks. You've got Omega. You got Cody. Criticize them all you want, but they've, amongst them, seen a lot of wrestling. I think they are aware of what the fans want, so I'm sure they would find a different way forward. So, but yeah, it is a bit down. I don't disagree with that. Days, when do you think we'll see Lacey Evans back? Says hello, Wrestle Andy. Hope you are well. When do I think we'll see Lacey Evans back? I don't care. To be honest, mate, I'm not in a rush. I was never a big Lacey Evans fan. I didn't like her character. I didn't like her gimmick. I didn't find her entertaining. I don't think I enjoyed a single one of her matches. I think like maybe what she was doing with Charlotte might have been some of the best stuff just before she left, what with Ric Flair kind of interfering. That might have been, it still wasn't good, but it might have been the most interesting thing that she did. But, I don't know. I mean, if I was WWE Creative, I wouldn't be in a rush to bring her back. Or if I was bringing her back, I think I'd be definitely looking to give her a new gimmick. Because I don't think that one was quite working. Wasn't she a real-life Marine? I think I'd be a bit more tempted to maybe lean into that. I think she's a real-life Marine. So, that could be an interesting angle to go down. But yeah, what they were doing before... It's a bit rubbish. Delwyn said, AEW can't sign free agents because they've got too many rosters. Days, they could get Bray. He's still available. That's true. And he would definitely be a bump for them. He would be a good bump, actually, because he has obviously got a sizable fan base. And more importantly, he's been very active. Well, not very. He's been active in WWE in recent years. So that means that there's going to be fans of WWE that are aware of who he is right now. CM Punk, I think there's a whole generation. 7 years is a long time. I think there's a whole generation that have grown up that just aren't as bothered about CM Punk. You know, a lot of kids probably think he's cool, but don't really know much about him. Might not have gone back and really watched too much about him. Like, they're focused on, what they're getting now. And so CM Punk, I think, has got appeal, definitely. But I think to the kids, in particular, Bray Wyatt would be arguably a bigger deal. Because he's been obviously a lot more active recently, and that Fiend character was huge. So, that is something that they could bring in. You are absolutely right. Do you remember Paige? Wow. Do I remember Paige? Funny you should say that, my friend Matthew. Funny you should say that, because you should be asking, does Paige remember me? Because let me tell you a story about when Paige was on her Twitch channel. She watched one of the reaction videos I did, and she used the word cute. That's all I'm going to say. You can join the dots. It sounds like I'm lying. I ain't lying. Telling the truth. And facts. The community knows. If you know, then you know. Shazab said, do you agree? I think Drew Roman is better than Goldberg Roman. Do you agree? Yes. I do agree. The only thing I would say, it'll be a better match. Definitely. The only thing I'd say is, it doesn't really matter who's facing Roman at Elimination Chamber. They ain't beating him. So, I actually don't mind if Roman misses Elimination Chamber or does a different kind of match, because I think any title match that he's involved in, I don't believe he's losing the belt. I might be a bit more interested if we had, like, Bloodline versus someone. I think I'd be even more into the Usos and Roman tagging together to take on, 3 other people. Now, we ain't going to get that because Usos and Viking Raiders has already been booked. But I think I would have gone that way if I was booking, because it still gets him on the card. And that way you don't quite know who's going to win that match. But a title match where he ain't going to lose the title, not this close to WrestleMania, feels a bit like... yeah. I remember Paige. She was a former champion, but a lot of surprises when it comes to WrestleMania. And after WrestleMania, there could be a draft. I don't know. Do you think Aleister Black release led to Big E's title reign? Do you think Aleister Black's release led to Big E's title reign? No. I know that when he went, he was about to start a feud with Big E. I don't know, obviously, who would have got the better of that, but I think that they had plans to make Big E champion at some point anyway. I mean, they'd already separated him from the New Day, so, clearly they did that because they saw him having potential to have a run at the top. So they took him away from the New Day. They were obviously going to let him have a run with that championship. So no, I don't think that that directly resulted in him being champion. I think they had plans to do that anyway. It probably changed the timeline. It probably moved a few things around, but no, I think we would have got there anyway. I won my cricket game by 4 runs. Wiggles Floor, shout out to you. Lacey could have been a Sergeant Slaughter type gimmick. What do you think? Yeah. I mean, I think I would lean into the military thing. I don't know how you would do it because it's difficult because you kind of need a foreign heel. That's kind of when like the patriotic USA thing works best. If you think about like Sergeant Slaughter, his big foe was the Iron Sheik. Well, we don't really have like a foreign menace. And I don't know if in this day and age you can really do a foreign menace. I don't know. I mean, you'd get accused of stereotyping and being racist and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, you can still have like a heel from a country, like a different country. Do you know what I mean? Like if you've got a Russian heel, aren't they just a heel that's from Russia? Like, it depends how you tell the story, do you know what I mean? But, like, if they were to get, like, a Russian heel, that, Ivy Nile could be a Russian heel. She's a bit small, but, she could be a Russian heel. But, yeah, I kind of think that, for that to work, you really need good opponents, and I don't know. Without that kind of opponent, I don't know who she would face. Do you know what I mean? Like, unless, like, Natalia started, like, laying into America and saying about how Canada was so much better or something. Like, you Americans have always been the same. You've never accepted me. I'm a Guinness World Record holder All you lot do is hold hamburgers. That's all you lot do. Yours you lot hold is cheeseburgers. I hold records. You hold burgers. It's not like this, like just lay into the crowd. Like, I don't know, maybe you might be able to get something out of that, but feels, I don't know, it doesn't, even that doesn't feel quite right. I think you do need that Iron Sheik. You do need that Nikolai Volkov. You do need that Ivan Koloff, the Russian bear. You do need those kind of heels. Gunter? Imagine if we had like a female Gunter. Maybe we put Ivy Nile with Gunter? Maybe we could do that. Matthew said, Days, could Liv Morgan win the Universal Championship? No. No. She's got boobs, isn't she? Rachel said, by the way, Roman Reigns will defend the championship. I guess 5 other superstars in the Elimination Chamber match. And it will be Drew McIntyre and Cesaro and Ridge Holland and Rick Boogs. I'm looking forward to Boogs. Boogs got really over with me at the Royal Rumble. Got really over with me. Like, that single hand gorilla press, military press was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant by Boogs. And I've like, since he cut his hair and he's got his moustache and he does the showing off, like, you know, his chest and his guns, like, yeah. I like when he does this because it reminds me of Hillbilly Jim. I always mention it, but Hillbilly Jim used to do that in his entrance. Used to show off his chest and his arms. And Boogs does it, and I like that. And then, like, he's got such a different look, as we said. I mean, I can't think of anyone else that's got a moustache. I mean, obviously, like, there's people with facial hair, but I can't think of anyone else that's got, like, just a moustache. So he kind of stands out for that reason. I like his singlet as well. It's just red, but, I mean, you could maybe make it a bit more adventurous. You could have something on there, but I wouldn't like, clutter it. I'd still keep it not, like, quite clean. I'm into him. And I think if he can get him away from Shinsuke, get him away from a guitar, and get him cutting some fun promos backstage, get him cutting, like, man, I'm so excited to be here. Like, have him as a face that does, like, really fun promos. Like, man, I absolutely love... Where are we? We're in Detroit. Oh, I love Detroit. Oh, Detroit. The Motor City. Ah. Like, I don't know. You could have, like, him, like, each week coming out, like, forgetting where he is. But being a face, not being a heel about it. And just, like, you know, having some fun or whatever backstage. Just get a bit of personality across. That's all you would need. And then when he comes out, do you know what I mean? Just have him do his pose, make his way down, shake a few hands. Just have him as, like, a baby face. And do that. Not playing the guitar, doing stupid dancing and all this stuff. It's cringe. What he's doing right now is cringe. It's not funny. It's not fun. It's cringe. It makes him a heel. In my eyes, I look at him and I hate him for when he's doing all, because he's subjecting me to this. I don't want to be subjected to it. So do something else instead. Do something that's actively funny or actively fun or something that'll at least get a smile out of me. Like, you know, you could have little fun backstage in a backstage promo. Bit of life, bit of energy, bit of personality. Do you know what I mean? Like, just... And then have him come out shaking a few hands, doing his pose. Have him win some good matches. Get him on a bit of a winning streak. Old school booking. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. But there's something there, man. There's something there with Boogs. I'm so high on him. If I was Vince, I'd be like, yeah, we've got something, man. This guy's got something. Vince really likes Austin Theory, doesn't he? Which is fine. I think Theory's great. I think he's definitely one that you should be pushing as well. So I've got no qualms with that. But, man, I hope Boogs doesn't get, like, the stink of this playing guitar on him to the point where, you know, I don't think he's getting over with it. I think, like, people might have enjoyed it at first, but he's been doing it now for what feels like about 20 years. And I think it's really run its course. So we do need to switch it up. Shaky Lamb and Ricochet. This is the last one. Umberto inside the chamber, and then see Roman. AEW could get Cross and Keith Lee and Mia Yim. Shazeb said this year's men's rumble was horrible, but the ending was decent because of Lesnar. Jaden said, I think that Finn Balor will be the new United States champion at WrestleMania. Think about Demon versus the Priest. It could be fun. I'll be down for that match. Boogs is an electric Elias, says, do you think Goldberg will come to challenge Roman tonight? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not fussed, to be honest. If that is the match we are getting, then I don't care if it's this week or next week. Probably next week would be better. At least it gives me one less week of Goldberg. I just don't need Goldberg. Don't need him in my life. My life's pretty good without him. I don't need him. If he keeps coming back just for me, because he thinks that I'm desperately want him to come back, then hopefully he watches this. You can retire now. It's fine. You can retire. I've asked around and we're all absolutely fine if you want to retire. So thanks, though. Appreciate it. You've done a lot. You did a lot in wrestling. You can go with your head held high, but go. You can go with your head high, but go. Just go. However you go. Have your head high. Have your head low. I don't care. Just go. When Veer comes, will he be a face or a heel? He'll be a face, because it doesn't matter what he does. As soon as he comes out, yeah, there's going to be a massive pop for Veer. Massive pop. He could literally be coming out, punching a child in the face, and people would be going crazy, cheering their heads off. He's going to be a massive face. Hey You 96 said, get rid of brand split, merge the titles, get rid of the women's tag titles. Matthew said, who do you think Hall of Fame this year? Undertaker, Vader, Stacy. Who's Stacy? Who's Stacy? Stacy Keebler. She's in, isn't she? Went in. Steiners, Shane, Triple H, and Crime Time. I don't know. I mean, I feel like Undertaker. Undertaker should go in this year. And actually, I think if Undertaker goes in, it'd be really good to maybe try and theme the whole class around him. So, if Undertaker goes in, like, are there any other kind of key opponents that he had that haven't gone in that could go in? Like if we look, 'cause he's pretty much faced everyone, so you can pretty much make a connection to the Undertaker. But I think that Undertaker is such a big name that if the whole thing was kind of themed like around him going in, I think that would be kind of cool. I'm thinking about, the BSK, like his backstage posse, the Blood Street crew or whatever they were called. I just wonder if I think a lot of them are in, though. Like, Yokozuna, I think's in. And is the Godfather in? I think he's in. I don't know. Kane? Could you is Kane in? Kane's in, isn't he? Kane's already gone in. Paul Bearer's gone in. Probably isn't anyone. Everyone's in. Apparently now, that's it, you're in. Starting to run out of people to put in. But I think Undertaker should main event it. Would you add Luke Harper to this year's Hall of Fame? Would I add Luke Harper to this year's Hall of Fame? I mean, my initial answer is no. I don't know. I mean, did he do enough in wrestling to go in? Would he go in with the Wyatt family? I don't know. I mean, we say if Harper goes in, then Redbeard goes in, because like Rowan goes in, because I can't think of much that Harper did that Redbeard didn't. And WWE aren't going to put him in for what he did in AEW. And in fairness, what did he do in AEW? He was in charge of the Dark Order and he won the TNT title. So, I don't know. I understand, like, he should be the first one in AEW's Hall of Fame because I think, he was an active wrestler that passed away whilst he was an active wrestler. I think the emotion of that is one of the biggest defining moments. That episode of Dynamite where his son comes out and everything, the impact that he had on everyone. Like, I think that he should be the first person in AEW's Hall of Fame. But I think the WWE one's a bit different. Like, you would have to look and see what he did in WWE and ask, like, does he warrant going? Forget AEW. What he did in WWE, does he warrant going into the Hall of Fame? And you have to draw a line somewhere, and I'd probably be leaning towards no. And I think if you did want to put him in, you might end up just putting him in the future in, like, a legacy class or something. I don't know that he would, I don't know. I don't want to be mean, but I think if he goes in, would he go in if he was still an active wrestler? I don't think he would. I think it's his passing that means that he would go in. Are you ready for a good time? Poor Brody didn't get to compete in front of the fans. Yeah, that sucks. That really sucks. When do you think people get annoyed with Goldberg? Hang on, let's go down. When do you think people got annoyed with Goldberg? Thinking about how he started and then his return, everyone seemed so excited to have him back. Yeah, well, some people got annoyed with him when he left the first time. So his contract came to an end and he didn't want to renew it. So he left at WrestleMania 20 in that awful match with Brock, and they got booed out the building. So people were, he wasn't red hot then at WrestleMania 20. If you go back and watch that match, they both get booed horrifically because both are leaving. He comes back and there's a nice pop. And I think when he comes back and he faces Brock, that's nice. I think the problem is, though, he just kept getting title matches and he just kept winning. And I think definitely him beating The Fiend was definitely a moment that we went too far. So, I don't know. I don't know if I could pinpoint the exact moment because I think it was different moments for people. I think his match with Undertaker was horrific as well. But I would say for a lot of people, it might be The Fiend, him beating The Fiend. But I think it's the fact that he just constantly kept getting title matches. But I thought his win over Brock was quite shocking at Survivor Series in 2016. And then I think really anything after that was downhill. Matthew said, Liv Morgan 2020 entrance theme. Give Liv Morgan's 2020 entrance theme. I don't know what that means. What do you mean, give Liv Morgan's 2020 entrance theme? What do you mean? Here is the Bloodline. Here is Roman. Here is Paul Heyman. That match genuinely scared me. Has SmackDown started? It has. Acknowledge the Tribal Chief. I do acknowledge the Tribal Chief. He's my Tribal Chief. Acknowledged. He's here holding up that Universal Championship. Hands it over to Paul Heyman. This is going to be an interesting promo. I want it to be, what I'm hoping is that he's going to turn around and say, thank you, wise man. Your plan worked perfectly. I'm sorry that I had to do what I had to do, but I hope you understand we needed it to look realistic. That's what I'm hoping he's going to be saying. I do understand, my Tribal Chief. The plan was amazing. So I'm hoping for something like that. Why does my channel have Chinese commentary instead of English? Because you're in China. I don't know. Did you move to China? That would do it, wouldn't it? In all fairness. Luke Harper was an NXT tag champ, 2-time SmackDown tag champ, and 1-time Intercontinental champ. Yeah, for me, not enough. So, like, NXT, I wouldn't be counting, because that's, like, developmental. 2-time SmackDown champ and a 1-time Intercontinental champ. It's not. For me, he ain't getting in on that. But could you make an argument that the Wyatt family was so, I don't know, big and influential and instrumental that he gets in because he was a part of the Wyatt family? But as I said, if you're going to put in Luke Harper, you then have to put in Rowan. So are we saying that Rowan is Hall of Fame worthy? I mean, look, if Luke Harper goes in, I ain't going to start a petition to kick him back out again. I ain't that bothered. Like, I ain't bothered. I'm just thinking, like, level-headed, not taking his passing, his sad, untimely passing out of the equation. Take that out of the equation, right? Would he go in for his achievements alone? I don't know that he would. But if he goes in, obviously his passing would be a part of it. The impact that he had, the emotion that was involved, that would all play a part. And, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be against it. I wouldn't be against it. Wyatt family could have been one of the best factions, but WWE messed them up. Yeah, they were great. They were great. I feel like quite a few wrestling fans probably be kind of in line with where I am. I think, like, if he goes in, people will be like, that's nice. You know, you wouldn't be against it. But from an achievement point of view, if it wasn't for his sad passing, would he go in? Right. After 7 minutes, we're about to get to our first words. Let's see what Heyman's got to say. My name is Paul Heyman. To serve a special counsel. Boos for Paul Heyman. Roman looking around at the crowd. Roman Reigns. Roman is so good. Heyman is so good. All the mannerisms. It's just bang on, innit? They don't put a foot wrong. Okay, so we're here tonight to acknowledge what really happened. Okay, yeah. There was no plot. This wasn't done to make Brock look foolish. I wasn't expecting this. In a great city called Chicago. So he's saying there was no plan? Wow. I told the head of the table. I told him that he needed to be protected. Look at Roman. That was a silly moment, Paul. I got fired. I got Superman punched. And I deserved every bit of it. Wow, I did not expect it to go this way. I didn't expect it to go this way. I saw the moment. I seized the opportunity. Brock Lesnar pulled off what only Roman or Brock could have pulled off. It's great storytelling. I love this because I wasn't expecting this. Bad Bunny is officially signed with WWE. Has he? Wow, I mean, you can't afford to let a talent like that go. Brock Lesnar looks like a schmuck, and now he acts like a schmuck. He's laying into the ponytail. What? He's laying into the ponytail? I'm stuck with a happy Saskatchewan farmer. Suplex City. He took Bobby Lashley to Suplex City. Roman Reigns showed that a goat can always slay a beast. Don't think that's true. Maybe if the goat's got a gun. Even then, I don't think he'd be able to pull the trigger. Not with his hooves. The goat would need a friend with a gun. You will never hear that again. Reigning defending. I don't need to protect Roman Reigns from Brock Lesnar. I need to protect Brock Lesnar from Roman Reigns. Well, 6 minutes of storytelling from Heyman. 6 minutes of very engaging dialogue. He offered me the hand of forgiveness. He offered me the hand of love. He offered me the hand of family. So Heyman's like saying that Roman offered him that hand, and in that moment, he knew what he had to do. So not a plan, according to Paul. That belt looks trash. Imagine if that belt actually looked good. Imagine if that Universal belt actually looked like something someone would actually want. There'll be no title versus title, champion versus champion. Brock Lesnar will do what Roman Reigns wants. The hand of acknowledgement. I feel like Goldberg's going to come out at any moment. Wow. That would certainly make this better. Said no one ever. Ba, 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 da. Heyman. Paul Heyman. Acknowledge you, Roman Reigns, as my tribal chief. Smile. He loves it. He loves it. Oh, he loves that. He's got a big smile on his face. Oklahoma City. Yep. Yep. OKC. Acknowledge your tribal chief. Boos by the crowd. That dude's applauding. Yeah. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba ba. I think the problem is that people there live cheer for him. And so to Vince, people are like, goddamn, pal, is over. He's not over. He's old. He's over being young. Goldberg. 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 Brock's dad's here. Brock's dad's arrived. He's going to say, what you done to my son? Ba 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 ba. Say what you will about Goldberg, but the dude has made his money. He had an epic run. At this point, watching him is kind of painful. Moldberg. Moldberg! Moldyberg! You're next! Roman Reigns. I acknowledge you. Oh, he puts his head down? Oh, this would be good. Okay. That's my next victim. Oh, and Roman's like, oh, I can't believe it. He swerved me. I thought he actually acknowledged me. Oh, what's he like? Can someone just once say no? You're next. No. It's really easy. Michael Cole said this match was meant to happen 2 years at WrestleMania, but it never took place. That is true. Didn't we get Strowman Goldberg instead? Was it Strowman? I can't even remember, but I'm sure it was. This is predictably sad. If you're on the active roster, how does make you feel? Probably just go, nah. Here's what's on the menu tonight. What's on the menu? SmackDown is going to get rowdy. That's on the menu tonight. SmackDown gets rowdy. Drew McIntyre is on the warpath. Delivered by Papa John's on the menu tonight. Why are they not showing us any pizza, though? Shouldn't there be some pizza that we look at and we go, oh, that looks nice? If I was Papa John's, I'd be like, can we have some pizza images on the side or something? Right, here's Sheamus. Sheamus. Right, Sheamus making his way down. Goldberg. Is Goldberg an attraction? I don't think he is. They just want to get him on the Saudi card. Do you know what I mean? Ridge Holland. Dun, dun, dun. Pizza sucks. New Day will come down with pizza. Why Goldberg? Do we really want this match? I think to get him in Saudi Arabia, that's all it is. Are you doing Rampage tonight? Yeah, I think so. I must admit, I am starting to lose interest in Rampage. Keep getting to it, and it's just consistently rubbish. It feels like a jumped-up dark. But, yeah, I think we'll stick around for it. But it better start impressing me. Imagine we get Goldberg, Lashley 3 at Mania, and Goldberg wins both titles. That would be a dream. I would love that. If my top-in was Ridge Holland or Sheamus, I would send it back to Papa John or Mama John. Mama John. Mama John. Very good. Goldberg wasn't good over 20 years ago. Look at the positive. Goldberg only has one more match, so at least we can get it out of the way. That's true, Bam. That's a very good way of looking at it, guys. This is it. This is it for Goldberg. Unless they give him a new contract. Unless they flipping extend it. They might as well. You know what they're like. Rampage is better than pizza. Good matches tonight and an announcement from Tony Khan. Is there an announcement? Tony hinted another big announcement. How many big announcements can one man make? Is it going to be a big announcement? Did you hear that he said to the fans in attendance the other week to stick around till the end because he had a big surprise? And they stuck around to the end, and then he brought out Hook. And that was it. And he went, look, here's Hook. Apparently people weren't that impressed. I mean, Hook's cool and everything, but... I still haven't forgiven Goldberg for taking the titles off Kevin Owens and The Fiend. Sadly, they could keep rolling Goldberg out there for another 20 years, since he only wrestles 5 minutes a match. Goldberg is not going to be done anytime soon. Oh my God, why? Why? I genuinely, you could put Goldberg in AEW. I don't think he does anything to AEW. If Goldberg's that big of a deal, if he went to AEW, wouldn't he have an impact? I don't think he would. I genuinely don't think he would. I think if you put Goldberg in AEW, would it actually move the number at all? Might get a nice bump the first week, but it would soon settle down again. I don't get why we keep wheeling him back out there. I'm with the majority of you guys, but it's not a surprise because this was heavily rumored to be happening. So, hey ho. Hasda92, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. Just seeing an advert for Winter Olympics. Looking forward to getting my teeth into that. That's coming up in about 2.5 hours-ish. As soon as we're done here, we're going to go straight over to Football Days. As I said, if you're not subscribed to Football Days, hit that subscribe. Join us over there. We're going to be doing the Winter Olympics pretty much every night. I think there's a couple of nights towards the end that we can't do, but that's because of UFC 271 and Elimination Chamber get in the way. But other than that, we're here for every night. Right, Ricochet is taking on Ridge Holland. Here we go. He's getting an entrance and everything. Oh. With Cesaro. So Ricochet is with Cesaro. Ridge Holland is with Sheamus. UFC this Saturday. UFC is tomorrow, but it's only a small show. It's just a fight night show. But UFC 271 is massive. What time does it end, Winter Olympics? It just keeps going, man, for hours and hours and hours. We are going to look to do about 4 till 10. It's about 6 hours. Doing about 6 hours. So we'll be, as I said, we'll still be live in about 8.5 hours. Or we'll be wrapping up in about 8.5 hours. So about 8.5 hours from now, we'll be Is that right? Yeah, we'll be finishing in about 8.5 hours' time. Telling you, man. Busy. Lots going on. And then I'm going to sleep, wake up, and I've got to get straight into UFC. I think that Ronda Rousey's storyline will be a remake of WrestleMania 35. Tony says it's going to go till the end of winter. Today, SmackDown will probably be 20% wrestling and 80% promos, says Israel. Goldberg versus Rock at Mania this year. That's a lot of streaming. Dude, you wouldn't believe. You wouldn't believe. I literally have pretty much close to every hour planned for the next 2 weeks. So I need to, like, sleep at this time, get up at this time, eat at that time, because I've then got to do a football match, which then goes straight into SmackDown, which will then go straight into the Winter Olympics, which then means I need to go back to sleep to get back up, because then we've got UFC, and then there's, like, Winter Olympics, and then, like, it's just like that for the next 2 weeks. It's mental madness. Double knees by Ricochet. Days, there's rumors swirling around that Keith Lee is signing with AEW. It would be nice if that was the announcement, but we're still waiting on Wyndham, so... Ricochet has managed to get the win. Well done. Well done, Ricochet. I got into that Travelodge, a bit nervous, but it's all right here. Sunny, really? That's cool. Yeah, I mean, Travelodges are nice. If it's the same as what we have here, Travelodge is lovely. Days, February 19th, you stream The Chamber, then UFC, then Olympics. Yes, I've actually got my schedule for February 19th. Let's have a look. February 19th. Yeah, that's my look, I've written all my schedule out there. So I sleep 4 till 11:30. At 12 o'clock, I've got West Ham Newcastle. At 2:30, I've got Elimination Chamber. Then at 9 o'clock, I've got UFC. That goes straight through into Winter Olympics on Sunday. So I sleep 4 in the morning till 11:30, and then I've got that West Ham game. Then I've got Elimination Chamber. Yeah, look, this is like my whole schedule planned out for the next few weeks. And I've even got like every medal sport that's happening on each day. This is what I do, man. This is the kind of stuff people don't see behind the scenes when you do like YouTube and whatever. Speed skating, written all this out, blah, 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 blah. But it's come to the point where I have to even write down when I'm sleeping. Look, so on that day, 11 till 7, I sleep. I mean, I probably won't sleep for 8 hours, but I've given myself that time slot. Wednesday, February 9th, 11 till 9, I'm asleep. Then I'm doing Villa Leeds, and then straight after I do AEW. Then I go into the Olympics. So, yeah, it's pretty full on, man. So I'm trying here. I'm doing my best. I'm going to be streaming as much as possible. It took only 2 days. They provide me with meals and whatnot, but the travel lodge is half shelter and half motel on the other sides. Well, I mean, look, at least it's safe. It sounds comfortable, and you typed everything out. Yeah, I've got on that. I've got, not only do I know when I sleep, when I've got UFC, when I've got to do WWE, the football matches I've got to do. I would need that. There's so many. I would not be able to remember it all. It'd be impossible. There's, I've got there's 3 channels, and there's loads of different sports, and they're all starting at different times at different weeks. So yeah, I would need it written out like that. So yeah, I typed it out. But what I typed out was the medals. So I know at what time there are medal events every day. So today, our first medal event is... I think the first medal event is 7:45. Women's 7.5 kilometer, 7.5 kilometer skiathlon. So it's cross country skiing at 7:45. I think is our first medal event for today. At 8:30, we've got national speed skating, women's 3,000. At 9 o'clock, we've got the mixed relay. There's also ski jumping, freestyle skiing, and short track speed skating. So that's what we've got medal-wise today. But yeah, I know every day what we've got happening in the Winter Olympics from a medal point of view. This has turned into a tag match now. Springboard moonsault by Ricochet. Rumours John Morrison has a contract with AEW. This is a tag match now. Did you see Max Holloway has been cleared from his injury that took him out of that Volkanovski fight? He's now the backup, which sucks, as he could now jump back into that matchup. That does really suck. I really want that match as well. I'm sure he does as well, so... I mean, he knows what he needs to do to beat Volkanovski. He's faced him twice. Sheamus kicks out at Cesaro. Drop kick by Cesaro. Headbutt by Cesaro. He's managed to grab Sheamus. We're over in the corner. I'm just not engaged in this storyline. Ridge Holland does... I mean, it's weird because I think is he the only English person that's on the roster, Ridge Holland, and he sucks. I mean, he's managed to pick up the pin here, but his character is just not engaging in the slightest. So, there we go. Goldberg is the greatest wrestler in the universe, says Bananas and Grapes. So, there we go. Ridge Holland and Sheamus celebrate. And now we should be going over and looking at a clip of 2K22. Yeah, and it's the clip that we've seen before. Tom Holland and Sheamus. Brock will be involved in the Roman Goldberg match, said VR Games Man. When's this actually out? It hits differently. Is there a date? Pre-order. No. I didn't know if there was a date. I'm sure there must be a release date. Pre-order to get Undertaker Immortal Pack. Don't know. March time, is it? Right, Usos making their way out. So we've already seen the Usos tonight. We didn't hear from them, though. Goldberg-Roman match is going to be Elimination Chamber kickoff. That is what I think. The Usos making their way down. Going to be Jimmy versus Eric. Dream match. Dream match. Guys, call up your friends. It's happening. Oh my God, it's happening. We need that. We need that GIF. You know, the one that's of The Office, where they're running around the office going, "It's happening. It's happening." Guys, you demanded this. Do you know, we've got to give Vince loads of credit here. Loads of credit, because he really does a great job of giving us what we want. You lot did not shut up about wanting Goldberg. He gives you Goldberg. Now, you lot have just been banging on. I don't know how many times you've been going on. Give me Eric versus Jimmy Uso. And he's done it. He's done it. He's so good at what he does. He's the best, man. He's the best. Pay some respect to our tribal chief. Our tribal chief, Vince McMahon. Hayes 92 said, "I've been following you for about 2.5 years. I used to be V-Ink, and I hope everyone is well." Hayes 92, shout out to you, buddy. Appreciate the support. Welcome. I like the new name. Upgrade. That's what you've done. So shout out to you, dude. Appreciate it. I'm trying to just fix the sofa a little bit here. There we go. Right, we are at commercial break. We're 37 minutes into the show. British Soundboard said, "I can't stand the Viking Raiders. Why are they on TV every week? Who wants this?" Well, someone's asking for it. I can't. Someone must be wanting this. Otherwise, why are we getting it? I don't know who to blame. I don't know who I blame. Tony. I'm going to blame Tony Khan. Roman Reigns, Usos. Has SmackDown turned into what Raw was last year with a half a load of rubbish? It has gone a bit off, yes. But don't worry, because we've got Aaliyah 317, who's amazing. Big fan of Aaliyah 317. And we've also got Boogs. I love Boogs. I'm a Boogs stan. Cliff Beavers said, "I hate this show. WWE is an abortion that has now become a dumpster fire." Wow. I actually think that's an upgrade on where we've been. I think that's a compliment compared to where I thought we were last year. Tony Khan is sabotaging SmackDown. This is going to be his announcement. Tony Khan's going to come out and say, "Surprise, I secretly booked SmackDown." And that's what he's going to say. That's his big surprise. I blame the Young Bucks. Yes. Check Twitter. I've tagged you in something. Check Twitter. Check Twitter. Check Twitter. Here we go. Oh my God, it's happening. It's happening, guys. Eric versus... Look at this. This is live memeing now. It's happening. I wonder if I could get that meme and, like, play it on when I need it. Don't know. I don't know. It's just something I pondered out loud. Because it would be nice to press the button and have, "Oh my God, it's happening," pop up on screen. Probably get done for copyright. Release date is March 11th. If Tony does not sign Shane O'Mac, since he is a free agent now, AEW would be stupid not to sign him and Flair and Dreamer. That would be amazing if Tony can do it. Do you honestly think Shane is going to sign with his family's competition? Like, even though he's not, like, with WWE, he's still Vince's son. Like, that wouldn't happen. They might be able to get Flair and Dreamer, but they wouldn't get Shane. SmackDown gets rowdy. We've still got that tonight. We've still got Aaliyah. We've still got Boogs. So there's still plenty that I'm looking forward to. Okay, so we got the Usos in the ring. Raid! Pyro. Raid. 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 No one's doing it. Literally no one. Is there anyone that's doing it? I'm looking to see if I can find any person in the crowd that's doing it. Raid. 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 I mean, it's hardly the Bushwhackers, is it? I'm still looking. No. No. Deader than disco. She's not even going to wrestle. Is she even going to wrestle? Who? Aaliyah 317? What? She doesn't need to. Look, he's trying. Oh, he's trying. They're all trying. Oh, God. Ivar was looking out at the crowd there. He was looking, he was like, really, like they're really giving it a go. And the crowd just, it's just this like tumbleweed. I've seen the crowd do the raids. Have you? I genuinely have not seen a single person do it. They might have done it in the past, but I was watching as they were coming down. There was no one in that entranceway that was joining it. Well, if you saw there was someone, then I can't say there was no one. But there was 99.9% of people were not doing it. Right, Jimmy Uso going up. Comes crashing down on Eric. 1, 2, 3. Oh, God. It was short. It was short. Usos win. Thank you. Well, there we go. Jimmy Uso wins in a very short match. Viking Raiders are the Ascension now. It's sad. What a way to build up the challengers. I remember when the War Raiders were a great team. Now they're just a shadow of their former self. Aaliyah 317. What? I love Aaliyah. I thought this moment was silly, but I'm so into Aaliyah 317. Yes. Fastest victory in WWE. Stomps coming in by Natalia. She needs the glass. She definitely needs that at the start. Leah! She's living a dream. Aaliyah versus Natalia. It's like Groundhog Day. Aaliyah 317. Yep. I'm a simp for Aaliyah 317. I just love the gimmick. I'm interested in her. I'm interested in her because I keep saying it. I saw her on that Breaking Ground show years ago, and she was awful. She was so bad. Like, you honestly could have got someone off the street, given them a microphone, they would have done as good a job. Easily as good of a job. But she was so bad. And you look at it and you just... I remember looking at it going, well, she ain't going to last. She ain't gonna last. No, I mean, they're gonna. I mean, it's gonna take a long time to teach her. And I thought they'd run out of patience, and they never did. They stuck with her, and year after year, and she kept improving, and she kept getting onto TV. And I mean, honestly, she was down in NXT so long. She was down in NXT when Asuka was champion. Like she was there like 5-6 years, but she went through it. She did it. She improved. She's still not great, but she's a million times better than where she was. Million times. And yeah, I wanted to do well. I like this Aaliyah 317. Aaliyah is cute as hell, but she will be future endeavored within a year. Squid 5, shout out to you. I don't want to see this match. Give me Alexa. Aaliyah 317 is about to arrive, raise hell, then leave. Indeed. Right, we are just at commercial break. I am a simp for Liv Morgan, says 1 Minute Wrestler. I think there's quite a few Liv Morgan simps. So you're not alone. Aaliyah versus Ray's daughter. Who would win? Aaliyah? Don't understand. Aaliyah's been trained. I don't think Ray's daughter's been trained. I don't think she's been trained in wrestling. So Aaliyah should be able to win it. We're going to see some killer halftime scores here, says David. Roman screwed both Seth and Brock at the Rumble, but neither have showed up to confront him. And instead, we get Goldberg. It's a good point. It's a good point. Right, we're still at commercial breaks. Taking its sweet time here, guys. It's taking its sweet time. Incoming Xia Li spot. Oh, you think she'll come out again? Maybe, yeah, maybe. I think Liv should return to NXT to become a credible contender to Mandy Rose. Days, if The Fiend came back, what pay-per-view would you think he would go to? Elimination Chamber or WrestleMania? I'll go WrestleMania. But I don't expect him to return. Natalia's got the Guinness Book of Records. Have they got a deal with Guinness World Records or something? Like, they're doing some heavy promotion of the Guinness World Records. Aaliyah 317. Roll up by Aaliyah. I don't even know what that is. I like it, though. Stomp down into the corner. Face first. Knee to the midsection. And again. Natalya asking Aaliyah, do you know who I am? Slap coming in. She picks up Aaliyah. Aaliyah rolls through. 1, 2. Roll by Aaliyah. Strike to the back. Natalya looking out to the crowd. She tries to throw Aaliyah into the corner. Aaliyah reverses. Natalya into the corner as Aaliyah charges over to the outside. Forearm strike. Aaliyah going up top. Tells Natalya to come over. Head scissor takedown. She tells Natalya to get up. Thez press. She throws that shirt into the crowd. Leah duck underneath. Bulldog. 1, 2. Shoulder up. I'm a simp for Lacey Evans or Carmella. What happened in the Goldberg segment? He came out and said, I acknowledge you as my next victim. You're next. And that was it. Heyman did say that it wasn't a plan, though, and that was kind of very interesting. I wasn't expecting him to say that it wasn't planned. We're on the outside of the ring as Aaliyah gets thrown into the barricades. Aaliyah slammed into the edge of the ring and again. Natalya gets thrown into... Aaliyah wins by count out. Count out. Count out. Jeez. Count out. Aaliyah getting into the ring from a count out. You just don't get count outs these days. I mean... that dude, I don't know what that dude said to Natalya. I think he just said something like, you just got counted out. And Natalya was like, do you know who I am? Gulak? Drew McIntyre's here. Shotzi backstage with Drew Gulak. This is truly wrestling. That spot of Natalya running into the ramp. Yeah, where she got swung into the barricade and she was a bit far away, so Natalya had to take a few extra steps to she had to physically force herself to run into the railing, into the barricade. It's not like she got slingshotted and she was right there into it. She got thrown and she had to run over to it to reach it, and she bumped into it as Aaliyah got into the ring, and then there was a count out. I don't know how much wrestling I've watched where, there's rules. Do you remember in matches where they're fighting outside the ring, someone will roll into the ring and then roll back out again to stop the count? I've seen that so many times where there's two people, both outside the ring, one person gets in the ring and gets back out again, so the referee has to restart his count. So how does that make any sense in this world now where Aaliyah jumps in the ring and the count just ends? I mean, he just gets to 10 and that's it. The logic here is all over the place. The rules just don't exist. There ain't any rules. Just make up your own rules. Wild. What are your thoughts about Moxley being cursed on Rampage by Danhausen? I don't know I don't have any thoughts. I have zero thoughts. I like Danhausen. I don't really like how they're using him at the moment. As I keep saying, he kind of feels like he's quite an afterthought. It's as if Tony doesn't think people know who he is, and he's got to be introduced to everyone. Maybe he does. Maybe he does. Perhaps there's a lot of people that don't know, but the reaction in the crowd would make it seem like people do. I think that their fan base is predominantly made up of, people that are very passionate wrestling fans. I don't know if there's too many casuals that are watching AEW. Love Danhausen. Natalya is a trooper for taking disrespect with the booking from the start. Vishal said, how is SmackDown? What have I missed? Goldberg's challenged Roman. That's pretty much what you've missed. It's not been brilliant. Fun fact about Liv that I found out. Liv is a pagan. She has tarot cards and crystals. She looks like a girl that has tarot cards and crystals. Primo said, SmackDown is always averaging 2.2, but when they keep doing rematches 4 or 5 weeks, have they got anyone to blame but themselves when ratings take a dip? Not really. I mean, it's still pretty consistent at that level, so I don't know. Perhaps they only need a good start to the hour, and that's all that matters. Perhaps, like, what they get from Roman is enough, and the rest of it doesn't really matter. As long as hour 1 starts well and hour 2 starts well, then that's enough for them to get the rating they need to get or something. Perhaps if you do, like, 2.5 million at the start of each hour, but the rest of it was 0, like, maybe it just wouldn't matter. I don't know. Here's Drew. Dun 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 dun. Right, Drew making his way out. He's still got his swords. Mad Sword Man. Paul explained everything so well. I love that early promo, says Harley. Big Boy Dally said, I was a big fan of the Olympic medal ceremony music, and I hope they keep that. I don't think they will, to be honest, because that was for the summer when it was in Tokyo. I would, unless it's a piece of music that, like, the Olympic committee use, and it's like, I don't know, maybe the medal music, I don't know. I think I would expect it to be changed. Right, we're just seeing Drew when he got attacked. Druids are a nature-based spiritual, whilst pagan societies such as the ancient Greeks, Romans, or Vikings worship immortal gods and other supernaturals. Cool. Dun dun. There's the CGI sword. Angela, his trusty sword, Angela. Ange. He's got Ange with him. Danhausen is still injured. Okay, see, it feels damn good to be back. Okay. How did you get back so quick? Who said Drew was never coming back? You're not going to make Royal Rumble. And you won't make WrestleMania. I looked him in the eye and told him that he could kiss my ass. I am back. We'll come back to that down the line. The fact that Brock got one over on me. So he wants Baron and he wants Madcap. And here they come. Why did the kid throw a stick of butter out the window? To see butterfly, said Coach Co. Here's Happy Corbin. Was it worth it? You eliminated us both. But after what we did to your neck, was it worth it? You risking your whole career to be thrown out like a bag of garbage? You're not going to WrestleMania. Here's Madcap. Okay. I want to hear a joke. No. No? What? No? Why has it always got to be with a stupid sword? Madcap's now going to tell a joke. I don't want to hear an Oklahoma joke. I want to hear a Drew McIntyre joke. What? 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 The sword is whack. The sword is awesome. Yeah. Claymore. Claymore by Drew. End this now, please. I think SmackDown's died. It's dead. Drew's killing SmackDown. Oh, God. Drew's doing something that I don't even think Sami Zayn's In Zayn segment did. And that's actually kill SmackDown. Fate Swape said, the doc said, kissing your ass, that's a proctologist. Drew, I am your dentist and no swords in the office. Right, we are seeing Sami on the red carpet. Halftime scores is genuinely going to be about a 3. I'm not even being harsh. This is painful. R.I.P. SmackDown. Okay, so Sami is on the red carpet. And he's being cattle prodded. So we're seeing Sami and Johnny Knoxville argue at the Jackass film premiere. I would watch that film, but I feel like in the modern age it'd be quite tame. Like the amount of prank videos that you get on YouTube now. Jackass actually has probably got quite a lot to answer for. Okay. February 18th. Shall we invite Johnny Knoxville? Okay, so Sami backstage. Here's Natalia. I want Aaliyah next week, pinfall or submission only. Dungeon style. Boogs. Boogs. I love Boogs. Don't play the guitar, Boogs. We all know you can do it, but don't do it. Oh, don't do it, Boogs. I came to rock. He's better than just an intro guy. Right, here's Shinsuke. Why does Days love Boogs? I love Boogs. I mean, like, I've hated him doing these intros and everything, but seeing him in the ring at the Rumble, the Rumble in particular, really opened my eyes. The single-handed military press I thought was really impressive. I think since he's like got this like slight change to his appearance, I think he's looked a bit more. He stands out a bit more. He's jacked as well. Like, the Hillbilly Jim pose. I'm so desperate for him to get away from Nakamura. Desperate for it. We need to save Rick Boogs. That's what we need to do. Justice for Boogs. Right, here we go then. Halftime scores. Get in your halftime scores. Fake Freddie Mercury. Nakamura needs to get away from him. They both need to get away from each other. Commercial break. We are at commercial break. Get in your halftime scores then. Why is every match against a mid-card title holder called a championship contender match? They've started doing that new thing, haven't they? Like, it's been around for a few years where if you beat the champion, you then get to face the champion again. You know, they do it in other sports. You know, in boxing, where you get to face the champion, and when you beat them, you don't get the belt. You then agree on another fight where next time it will be for the championship. Come on. You know that. You know, in UFC, when they get ready for a massive fight, and then they have the fight, they beat the champion, but they don't get the belt, that now means they can face the champion for real next time. Come on, you know this. They do it in all sports. It's like when someone wins Wimbledon, but they haven't actually won Wimbledon. They've just won the opportunity to qualify for Wimbledon. So that means if they win Wimbledon the second time, they actually then win Wimbledon. They do it in all sports. 5, 3, 4.5, 0, 3, 3, 0, 10 out of 10. 3, 5, 2. 3, 2, 5, 3.5, 6.5, 10, 5, 6, minus 5. Minus 5! Nick says 4. Best show ever! Yes, guys, I'm around about a 2. For me, greatest night in the history of WWE. That's where I am. My passion for pro wrestling has never burned brighter than it does tonight. 3.5 out of 10. It's kind of like when someone wins the Champions League, just so that they're in the Champions League next year. Yes, but they don't actually win the Champions League the first time. They just win the opportunity to go into the Champions League the next time, and then if they win it, they do actually win the Champions League. I didn't see half the show, so I'm not going to rate it. What would your halftime score be? Probably about a 3. Probably about a 3. I love the Roman promo. I mean, in all fairness, Paul Heyman promo at the start was very interesting. That took up about 15 minutes. I reckon pretty much everything after that was rubbish. Just trying to think. I think it was pretty much everything. So I'd give it about 3. Because of Paul Heyman. Didn't need Goldberg. That did nothing to my score. Usos and Eric was just depressing. I like Aaliyah. I do like Aaliyah. The match was... wasn't very crisp, the match. Just like kind of a bit going through the motions. Some nice facial expressions in there. Few moves, but... don't know. There was more stuff in there that looked a bit off than looked right. I'll be the first to admit that. But I do like the Aaliyah character. So, yeah, no. About 3. Macho Man could come back from the grave to challenge Roman, and this show would still not be saved. Well, we have got Jinder in there. So what are we getting now? Are we getting Nakamura against Jinder? Shanky. Right, Jinder versus Nakamura. We're back from commercial. Here is Sammy. Okay, so Sammy's making his way down. This could be quite interesting. So Sammy is going to be getting his Intercontinental title opportunity in a couple of weeks' time. So Sammy is going around. Is he going to commentary? Yeah. So Sammy joining Michael Cole over on commentary. 0 out of 10. This is my favorite show in WWE history. BBB Yipsy said, what do sprinters eat before a race? Nothing. They're fast. They fast. Got you. Got you. What do they eat before a race? Nothing. They fast. It's quite nice. I mean, if you got, I don't know, if you got a joke book that you're just working through, what page are we up to? I feel like you fired in, like, it must be over 100 jokes now. Easily. It's impressive. Bananas and grapes, shout out to you. If we get Drew versus Corbin at WrestleMania, I might cry. Like, I'm actually being serious. I might cry. I know. It is big when your dreams come true. It is a big deal. That is something Harley has been asking for a long, long time. A long time. I think he's been writing to Vince every day, so it would be big for you, bud. Jinder was better when he was with the two smaller Indian guys. The Singh brothers. Strike's coming in by Nakamura. Knee strike. Nakamura goes down. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Shinsuke. Stomp by Jinder. I was planning out all those streams and sorting like loads of thumbnails and everything. And I put an audio book on and I was listening to the unofficial history of WWE. And it's very good. If you do want to learn about the history of WWE, then I would recommend it. It's good. There's a couple of things in it where I'm like, I don't think that's right. Only a couple of little things. And one of them, I thought, that's not quite right. And then they actually corrected it. There, look, that one. The unofficial history of... we promised you a great main event. The unofficial history of WWE. You can see I got up to chapter 30 out of 31. So, yeah, I just hammered that yesterday. I just had that playing in the background. The unofficial history of WWE. It's good. I can't say there was much that I took from it, learnt from it. I mean, it literally just hits the big points. Steroid trial, Montreal Screwjob, Attitude Era, Hulkamania, the arrival of Ruthless Aggression, Cena, blah, 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 blah. But I think if there was, like, if you are new and you don't know these things, it hits all the big points. Right, Shinsuke wins. Hold that above your head because it's the last time you're going to be doing it, says Sammy. Shinsuke puts the Intercontinental down in the ring. There we go. Right, earlier tonight, Goldberg. You, me, Elimination Chamber. There we go. Xia Li debuts, helps Naomi and Aaliyah, disappears for 5 weeks, comes back, saves Aaliyah, and then disappears again into the catering vortex. The catering vortex. Whoa. Best kind of vortex. In all fairness, if I had to get stuck in a vortex, the catering vortex does not sound like the worst. BBB Yipsy said, why did Adele cross the road to say hello from the other side? Very good. I like that joke. It's good. Isn't The Miz the reason why Shane McMahon got involved with wrestling? So shouldn't we blame The Miz for all this? I remember that tag team. Isn't The Miz the reason why Shane got involved in wrestling? No. Shane was wrestling well before The Miz. Brock became your favourite wrestler since he F5'd Bad Bunny. Yep. I've had people leaving comments saying, I can't believe you hate Bad Bunny. He's brilliant. All this kind of stuff. I mean, let me be clear. I don't hate Bad Bunny. I haven't got any feelings about Bad Bunny. Like, he does his music and he's very successful and I'm very pleased for him. I do not want to see him in a ring. I do not want to see him inside a wrestling ring. That's it. That's all it is. So I do appreciate Brock for doing that, yes. William said, I thought we were joking about Goldberg coming out. No, straight up. Straight up. No jokes. You know us. We're very straight and very serious. No jokes here. Let him in said, when is a door not a door? When it's a jar. William said, I've got a spoiler. Do it. Bad Bunny rant said, Austin, no, not really. No, just saying. Just pointing out that I don't have anything against Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny did get destroyed by Brock, so you have to give him props. Days doesn't like Spanish music. I don't know, actually. I mean, there's a few songs that I do. I don't know if they're Spanish, but they're sung in Spanish. There's a couple of like Nelly Furtado tracks that I think are good, and there's a couple of Shakira tracks that I've heard that are quite nice. So I don't know. I mean, in all fairness, if you're basing that on Bad Bunny, I think it's a bit general to say that you don't like Spanish music if you don't like Bad Bunny. I would imagine there's people in South America. This might be hard to believe. I would imagine there's people down there that do like music that don't like Bad Bunny. I don't think he has got universal appeal with everyone. Certainly, if I'm going to judge it off that Booker T track that he sang at Royal Rumble last year, because that sucked. I don't even know any of his songs. I don't know a single one of his songs, apart from that Booker T one that I thought was a bit rubbish. And Booker T looked greatly unimpressed with it. But, yeah, he's got his fans. He does his thing. I'm pleased for him. But just stay out the ring. Sam said, if WWE made a Bad Bunny action figure, I'm going to send you one. Make sure that you also provide your return address so that I can ensure that it gets sent right back. I would imagine they will make one. I'm surprised they haven't made one, actually. If you think that he had a match at WrestleMania last year, it is pretty shocking that Mattel haven't made a Bad Bunny figure. They did a Rob Gronkowski, didn't they? Raw has been better than SmackDown. Shola says, I don't like his music. Let Him In said, I like K-pop, Spanish, French, and Arabian music. What's the difference between a piano and a fish? You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish, says BBB Yipsy. What did Missy Elliott say at the ice cream shop? Get your free cone. Get your free cone. That's nice. I like that. I like that because I really like that track. Quiet. Hush your mouth. Silence and I spit it out in your face. Yeah, man. Missy. Get your free cone. What? Get your free cone. What? Get your free cone. I like it. Get your free cone. Right, we're backstage with Adam Pearce and Sonya. Here's Naomi. I'm not going to touch you whilst you got your jacket on. Be quiet. Meet me in the ring in 5 minutes. Naomi says next week. Fight me. Naomi against Charlotte for the SmackDown Women's Championship. The truth ain't nowhere in you. Why? Why has she got that opportunity? What's happening? You got a title shot next week for bullying the boss. The boss is bullying her, so she confronted him. Now she's got a title shot. Brilliant. Wild. Wild. I don't know how she earned that. It's just the Wild West, isn't it? It's the Wild Flipping West back there. KD Dillard. Shout out to you, dudes. James Chadwick said Sweden is currently 6-1 against Switzerland in the mixed curling. Wow. Big score. We're just seeing a video package for Goldberg so that we can be reminded of who he is. She didn't even need to win the Rumble. Yeah, that's true. That's true. All these people desperately trying to win the Rumble. She just walks into an office, intimidates the boss, and gets a title shot. I mean, granted, the Rumble winner does get to main event WrestleMania as well, which is nice, but I feel like the title match is bigger. If she wins that title match, there's a good chance she could be going into WrestleMania as the champion. No one's going to advertisement for Goldberg. Yeah, that's what we've got. If Sonya versus Naomi happens at WrestleMania, I will also cry about that in my sleep. I know I'm making WrestleMania sound awful, but these are legit potential matches. Yes. Sonya was thinking on the fly, and it backfired. I know, I saw, but don't you think it's a bit weird that she... Why didn't she just say you can't have it because you've got a title match with Charlotte? No, you can't do it because you've got a match with Charlotte next week. Like, why did she have to add, and it's for the title? Why did she say that? And then why did Adam Pearce agree to it? I mean, what is it that Naomi has actually done to warrant that title opportunity? I mean, she literally walked into an office and got given a title opportunity. That is what happened. But what did she actually do to earn it? Like, why? What is the Royal Rumble all about? It's about winning an opportunity at a belt. I ain't against it. It ain't the stupidest thing on the show, but it's still pretty stupid. I mean, it would make more sense for Sonya to say, I can't fight you next week because you're going to have to fight... You've already got a match next week against Shayna Baszler or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, throw out a name of just, I don't know, some horrible heel that Naomi's going to have to face, but saying it's going to be against Charlotte. And then Don't forget, she hates her. So why would she say it's for a title? Sonya hates Naomi. So what world, what realm is she going to turn around and go, and I'm going to put the title on the line as well? You can go for the title. Why? What? There's no rules. What did Goldberg do to deserve a Universal title match? Well, the only thing I would say is that he might be able to turn around and say that he did, in his last match, beat Bobby Lashley. It wasn't a number one contenders match, but he did beat Bobby at Crown Jewel. And Bobby is now the champion. So he might be able to say, I've beaten one of the current champions. I think that means that I'm next in line. So he might be able to, but it's really, I don't like it, and I ain't defending it, and he absolutely shouldn't be getting the opportunity, so I need to learn to shut up. That's what I need to learn how to do. It's because she's black, and it's Black History Month. Oh, I hope it's not that. She absolutely deserves to be getting these opportunities. I just want to see her get opportunities in a way that's a bit more realistic. I just don't understand why Sonya would turn around. I've no problem with her saying, no, I can't face you because you've got to face Charlotte next week. But why would she turn around and go, and it's for the title? I mean, Charlotte ain't going to be impressed with that, is she? And all she's done is she's given her foe that she hates a title opportunity match, which I'm sure she's now going to interfere in and interrupt him. It is very frustrating. It is very annoying seeing people just getting given title opportunities. Like the Goldberg thing is annoying. I agree. The Naomi thing is annoying. Like just seeing people getting title opportunities is annoying. And it does make you go, what's the point of Elimination Chamber? What's the point of Royal Rumble? What's the point of all these kind of number one contender matches when literally you can just walk up to the champ and demand a title opportunity and then get given one? It leads into a bigger conversation we've been having recently. We had a big, quite in-depth conversation about number one contenders and everything during, I think it was the AEW stream. So it just kind of carries on from that. Because we were talking, I think, about how Lance Archer came out of nowhere to challenge Hangman Page, and now he's got a title opportunity. I mean, it just is wrestling, and it's always been that way. So, do you know what I mean? It's one of those. But it's something that I think could be tightened. Could definitely tighten it. Maybe she doesn't want Charlotte. She wants Sonya, but she can't say no to a title match. I don't really see how she could say no anyway. This is my point. Like, what is she going to say no to? I don't understand. What is Sonya going to say? What is Naomi going to say no to? Is Sonya under the impression that Naomi is going to have to agree to this? Because when the jacket's on, she's the boss, and she tells if she wants Naomi to face the flipping Undertaker next week, she's going to have to do it. So she didn't have to sweeten the deal. There was no need to sweeten the deal. There's no logical reason to make that deal sweeter, because when she's made it very clear, when I've got this jacket on, I am the boss. I am your boss, and I tell you what to do. If she wants to make Naomi have a match against her husband, Jimmy Uso, next week, she could do that. Like, Naomi does not have to agree to anything. So, like, that's why her sweetening the deal seems a bit weird. And I fully expect her to cost her that opportunity anyway. I don't think that match will happen and it'll be clean. Rai said, I bet that Fox bid more over USA for Ronda's services. G Money Slayer said, it's meant to be Charlotte at Elimination Chamber. Yes. Yes, you're right. I think it still will be. I don't think Naomi's going to win and it'll be Lita. I mean, if say Naomi did win, I think it would just be then Lita versus Naomi, but they ain't going to do that. They're going to do, they'll do it against Charlotte, won't they? So, you know, Sonya's booked that title match, and I expect Sonya to interfere and carry this story on. I think what Harley said about how we could be leading towards Naomi and Sonya at WrestleMania, I think we can all agree that that definitely looks like where we're heading. Here's Kayla Braxton. Natalia. I'm going to tell Aaliyah right now. Okay. Women's locker room. Xia Li. Huh? Why is she not telling her now? Why didn't she tell her? Xia Li just left the locker room. If she just saw Xia Li go into the locker room, then I would understand why. Because Xia Li's just gone in, so I don't want to mess with Xia Li. Or I don't want to be messing with Xia Li, so wow, she's just gone in the locker room. I'll do it next week. But Xia Li just left the locker room, which would mean that Aaliyah is in there on her own now. I feel so out of sync with like what WWE is doing at the moment. Like, they're doing all this stuff, and a lot of it just doesn't make much sense to me. Right, said, I'm pumped for the Super Bowl. Who you got? LA Rams. I don't want the Cinnamon Bengals winning. Right, New Day against Los Lotharios. Los Lotharios. Here we go. I wish they would merge Naomi and the Bloodline. I hope they do that at some point. Yeah, I'd be more into that than this never-ending story. Of, like, clearly Sonya has not stopped messing with Naomi yet. And I fully expect her to cost her in that title match. So, I don't know, perhaps it will drive Naomi to snap. I mean, that would be nice. Imagine if Naomi gets, like, pushed to her limits and she wins the match, but she does what Roman did. She just keeps beating up on Sonya, and she won't stop. And maybe, like, she then tells the crowd to shut up, turns heel, and then next time we see her, she is part of the Bloodline. That would be all right. At least that would be something positive out of this story. It's just like the Alexa Bliss segment. You don't understand how genius the Naomi women's title match is. I don't see it. I don't see why that's genius. I really don't. I can understand Sonya saying, like, oh, I can't fight you next week. I understand that, where she gets flustered. So she's like, I can't fight you next week because next week you have already got a match. Of all the people to choose, she chooses the champion, which is fine, but she chooses Charlotte. It's the bit where she goes, and it's for the title. I don't get why she said that, why she had to say that, why she felt compelled to say that. Like, she's meant to hate Naomi. Unless she said it because she thought to herself, I'll give her Charlotte, I'll give her a title match, and then I'll cost her that title just to mess with her even more. But I don't think it was that. Which one is better? Why did the Cyclops close down his school? He only had one pupil. What was the mummy's favourite type of music? Rap. I think they're both about the same. Little Mean Kathleen is acting loony right now on Beyond Wrestling, says Chadders. Cinnamon Bengals. Yeah, Cinnamon Bengals, mate. Cinnamon Bagels. Oh. The LA Rams against the Cinnamon Bagels. Maybe Sonya wants Naomi to win the title so that she can take the title off Naomi. I don't know. It still doesn't make any sense. No. I don't think that was planned. I think that she was thinking of, I can't face you. You need to face someone else. I don't think that thought process would have been there for her to go, well, Naomi could win the title and then I'll beat Naomi. I don't think that thought process was there for that. And to be honest, Sonya hasn't really made any kind of noises about wanting to be the female champion anyway. She's quite happy, seemingly, in her authority kind of position. So I wouldn't buy that. I don't know. Again, it's not the biggest problem in the world, but it's just an example of the little details that happen like constantly throughout the show where you go, why have they done that? Why have they done that? Why have they done that? And sometimes it is just the little things that add up to the big stuff. Like, I reckon I could find at least, if I'd made notes, I reckon I could find at least 15 to 20 things that were similar to that Naomi thing. They're not major. They're just little things, but they're little things where you go, oh, I don't like that. Why have they done that? Oh, I don't like that. Why have they done that? Like, you know, just lots of little stuff like that. That, as I said, those little things sometimes add up to something much bigger. What are the LA Rams' favorite food? Cinnamon bagels. Sonya is going to make herself guest ref for Naomi versus Charlotte, says Chris. She probably will. Yeah, I don't expect Naomi to win that match. I want the AFC team to win because AFC is the best. I was going to favor the Rams, but bagels sound pretty good right now. Right, we are underway with New Day and Los Lotharios. Against the ropes goes Los Lotharios. They come crashing down. I like their ring attire with the flames on. Both wearing similar ring attire. The trousers get pulled off and thrown in the face of Big E. David said Natalya ran herself into a barricade to get counted out. That was worse, but at least funny for the wrong reasons. Yes. Yeah, the whole count out concept sucked. Because as we've said, we've seen loads of times where wrestlers get in the ring to break the count and then they get back out again. But this time, Aaliyah got in the ring. The count didn't stop. They didn't then start at 10 again. That was it. The count concluded and she got counted out. So I like the idea of count outs in modern wrestling is a bit laughable. Certainly when you watch a load of matches where they're going in the crowd. Like, in fairness, that's AEW. But we've seen it where, in WWE, people go on the outside and they're outside doing stuff with commentary tables and they're out there for about an hour. So just the even notion of a count out is pretty laughable. But yes, Natalya running herself into a barricade is pretty wild. That's a great example. Yeah, another little moment. Natalya not then wanting to go into that locker room because Aaliyah's come out of it and gone away, which surely means that Aaliyah is in there on her own, or might be in there with some other people. But that didn't stop Natalya when she was about to walk in anyway. Yeah, it's just little niggles, man. Tag to Big E. Is this our main event tonight? I mean, we've got 20 minutes to go. This might be our final match, and then I think we've got Ronda maybe afterwards. Belly to belly by Big E. Big E doing the swivel against the ropes. Looking for a big splash. Comes crashing down. New Day rocks chants as New Day have been going for so long. So long. Slam down. Angel Garza with gets Uranagid. Kofi Kingston going up top. Big E has got Garza. 1, 2. Oh, Humberto Carrillo makes the save. Humberto Carrillo making the save. Against the ropes goes Big E, and he goes, wow, Big E bumps hard outside the ring. Okay, this is good. I like the fact that this match is continuing. 2, 3, 2. Tries to get a little roll up. It looks a little bit botchy. Tag into Humberto. Trouble in Paradise misses. Kofi is up top. Missile drop kick. 1, 2. 2 count. So Los Lotharios thought they'd got the win there. Against the ropes goes Kofi. Double stomp by Kofi. Super kick. It is the Cincinnati Bengals, but I'm cheering for Rams because I'm a lifelong Lions fan. Left at the halfway point, what it's been like since your score? Has it gone up from 3? No. No. I don't know if it's gone down. But New Day get the win there. But there hasn't been anything. New Day wins. People might think I'm joking, but it's hilarious. And Triple T is against it. Too late. Crazy chicks love me. What is it? What are you talking about, William? What are you talking about? What's Triple T completely against? I think Ronda is going to come out at the end of the show and reveal that she's got some eyes. That was the biggest surprise of... That was a bigger surprise than Ronda coming back. Was Pac revealing that he's got some eyes. Ronda segment coming up. I saw a movie called The Lamb, and after seeing its wicked end, I'm all about the Rams now. Okay. Shazab said, Drew deserves the title match at WrestleMania 38. He was the golden egg in the Thunderdome era, and he carried the company. This has been a bad SmackDown, says Money MW. Shola said, that was decent. Donuts Man said, great tag match. Sonny said, I'm going to make friends with LMK. Nowadays cares about Williams' comments since Triple T is involved. Yeah? Well, if Williams upsetting Triple T, I'd like to know about it. Just so I can laugh, basically, from the outside. Have a little giggle. Both teams are kind of underdog stories. I'm a fan of neither, but it's hard not to root against either team, like, say, Tom Brady. My Twitter talking with LMK, and I'm influencing her new craziness. Look on Twitter. Oh, here's Charlotte. Charlotte making her way down. What, are you engaged in a conversation with LMK? Sweater from Savers? Little Me and Kathleen mentioned Savers. What? I haven't seen this. What? Why is Little Mean Kathleen mentioning Sabres? Wow, that is, for all the Wrestling Escape Pod fans, this has got to be like Christmas. That's got to be like Christmas for Tommy. Wow. No flipping way. I can see us doing a whole hour episode on that one tweet. I can see a whole hour next week on the fact that Little Mean Kathleen mentioned Sabres. Dana must be proud since, in a way, UFC won the Rumble matches. Winter Olympics are on now, 12:55 and 4 a.m. Yeah, they've been on for, I think they've been on for a little bit. It's not possible for us to watch it, all of it, because obviously, as we said, wrestling will get in the way, and things will get in the way. But yes, we do have, straight after this, as soon as we're done, in about an hour and a half, we're going straight over to the Winter Olympics. Last time Nakamura defended the IC title was in September. Is that true? I actually admire that. The fact that he's been able to go so long without defending it and no one saying anything. Respect. I respect that a lot. If I was champion, I'd try and do the exact same thing. Show up every week, but you don't defend the title, and so no one really notices how long it's been. That's so clever. That's really clever. I respect that. Mika said, who is she? She is an indie wrestler who's kind of growing. She's got to the point where she's actually had a match on Dark, AEW Dark, but she's part of Beyond, and she does a bit with Beyond. She works with a few different indie promotions, but she's an up-and-comer. And the person that I do the podcast with, Tommy Toy Travels, he is a fan of hers, and he basically told us all about her. And so we've been watching like some of her matches, and she's good, she's fun, she's cool. So, but yeah, in our on our podcast we talk about Sabres quite a bit. So it's just seeing her talk about Sabres now. Like as I said, I can see that being a talking point on this week's podcast. But yeah, that was, I didn't see that. That was earlier today. Very cool. Drew versus Moss at the Chamber definitely means Drew versus Corbin at WrestleMania. I think WWE forgot that they're trying to sell out AT&T Stadium. They think they've got to sell out a warehouse. If Ronda is a face now, she will be heel again in time. Fun fact, the Bengals haven't won a Super Bowl. Second fact, the Bengals haven't been able to the AFC, or haven't been in the AFC Championship game since 1989. Well, I am Team LA Rams. I want the Rams. I don't care about the cinnamon bagels. We are actually doing the Super Bowl watch along, but again, it's over on football days, so it's over on that different channel. Busy with LMK things, being classic William making laughs, says William. Right, we've just got an advert for Raw. Intercontinental match, 2 weeks' time, Nakamura against Zayn. I agree, Rampage has been a bit missed lately. I just don't ever feel like wanting to watch it, says Boy. Yeah, I mean, it's easily fixed. You book something that's going to feel quite tasty, you know? Book something significant, like have a feud build up, and then like the match, like tonight could have been CM Punk and MJF. But I understand as to why they did that on Dynamite, but I think, honestly, they know that it's not a great time slot, and anything they book later is not going to get the kind of views they would get on Dynamite. We've got Sonya. Becky has told me that Ronda has chosen Becky as her opponent. Charlotte looks like she's Dancing with the Stars. You will need... You can choose right now. So, Sonya. I don't believe she has. I've been on top since 2015. I'm the most dominant champion in WWE. What's Ronda been doing? Playing video games and farming? Perhaps she's been playing Farming Simulator. I'd be worried for Ronda if she didn't choose Becky. Well, we know we're going to hear from Ronda. I am the main event of WrestleMania. I am faster, stronger, and I have never been more confident of myself. Number one doesn't talk about number two. Stephanie McMahon. Linda McMahon. Linda. Oh. I'll pick someone that's not here. I'll pick Sasha Banks. Why is she picking Sasha? I didn't think we'd get as far as to her actually naming who she would want. Ronda, Sasha, Charlotte. Ronda, Sasha, Charlotte. It's going to be Ronda, Sasha, Charlotte in it. Triple threat. And then it'll be Bianca, Becky. Well, I feel like what we've just learned, or what I've learned, is that Sasha's going to be involved. Gonna do you, bad reputation. Oh no, not me. Oh no. Here she is, the rowdy one. She always has to take a moment to settle herself. Look at the smile on her face. Ronda will dethrone the queen. Sign in the crowds. You love to talk about me, don't you? I get to choose who I main event WrestleMania with. Okay. I didn't fly halfway across the country to have a chat. You're one of many I owe an ass beating to. Ronda Rousey chants. Smile on Ronda's face. She said she wasn't going to fall for it this time. Look, she is. She's falling for it. She's falling for it. I ain't going to fall for it this time. Fast forward 5 minutes later. They love me. She loves it. I'll see you at WrestleMania. But she's already said that she's going to have Sasha. So now Sasha's like, I got told I'm at WrestleMania. Well, the opportunity is back in the main event of WrestleMania. Okay. Ronda needs to start talking with some kind of energy. This title is my baby, and she's prettier than yours. Oh, that's a brilliant line. This title is my baby, and it's prettier than yours. My score went up. My score just went up. Charlotte goes after... What? Sonya jumps onto the... What is Sonya doing? Sonya jumps onto the back of Ronda. She going to get suspended? After the brutal attack to Sonya, Ronda will be suspended now. Armbar, look, Sonya tapping. After the horrific attack sustained by Sonya Deville, Ronda Rousey is going to be suspended till WrestleMania. Sasha Banks will come out and go, I got told I was in the main event. Yeah, okay, well, you're going to be in the match as well now. This is my baby and it's prettier than yours. That was so good. That was so good. My score went up. My score went up. It went up to a 4. I was languishing. I might even have been slipping below a 3, but you can have a point just for that. I love that line. Has a baby ever been insulted on WWE TV before? That poor baby. I don't even know how old it is, but that's got to be a new record. Hasn't it? Someone being insulted. And it can't even be 1. Is it 1? I don't even know how old it is. Brilliant. What do you score Smackdown? I might just tweak the scores a little bit. Normally I do 8 to 10. I'm going to do 7 to 10. I'm feeling so confident that this is a show that people are not going to be feeling too much. There we go. Just judging by those halftime scores. Right. Ugly Baby would have been a great crowd chat. Ugly Baby. Ugly Baby. Yes. I want to be part of a crowd. I think I would feel great as a human if I was part of a crowd that was chanting that at a grown woman, chanting that her baby was ugly. I think that would really... Do you know what I mean? I think I'd be able to look at myself in the mirror and feel pretty proud of myself. What did you do today at the show? How was the show? Oh, it was so good. I got to chant at a woman about how she's got an ugly baby. And fun fact, I've never even seen a baby, so I ain't got a clue if it is. I'm sure it's not. I'm sure it's delightful. I'm sure it's a wonderful baby. But that is a hell of a line. A hell of a line that was crossed. Ugly baby. Ugly baby. So good. 0 out of 10. One of the best shows I've seen in my life. I love that line so much. 10 out of 10, terrible show. Ugly baby saves SmackDown. An ugly baby. I bet you never thought you'd say that at the start of the show. An ugly baby saved SmackDown. Are you streaming the Super Bowl on this channel? No, doing it over on Football Days. Same channel that we're doing the Winter Olympics on. I'm just trying to keep this channel for more fighting stuff, so wrestling and UFC. And then over on the other channel, that's football. But that's where I'll do Winter Olympics and Super Bowl. Right, mate. Beyond Wrestling at $11.99, James. Flip. I ain't paying that. I'll just get you, James, to tell me what the what's happening. Where is AE Dub? Where are you? There you are. Big Boy Dally, see you later, dudes. Adam Cole is trying to prove he's a heavyweight. Let's have a look. Right, we've got Adam Cole in there. We've got Evil Uno. Evil Uno against Adam Cole. Adam Cole, baby. Evil Uno versus Adam Cole. Right, don't forget we are going to be starting in just over an hour. We'll be over doing the Winter Olympics. Join us. Did you know that in Uganda everyone knows Kung Fu? I didn't know that, no. I didn't know that. BBB Yipsy said Rhonda and her husband, Travis Brown, have a farm. Lots of farm animals, and both are very hands-on, and they do actual farm work. Austin, Crown Jewel, SmackDown sucked. I watched AEW, main event, and then EastEnders, says Matthew. Charlotte delivered a great promo, said Zoom Station. Daniel said Thunder Rosa against Mercedes Martinez is tonight. Days yelling at ugly babies and laughing at kids falling down. What a day. What a day. I mean, you can't say we didn't get the most out of today. We watched the opening ceremony where there was children falling over on ice, and then there was a comment about an ugly baby. Absolutely brilliant. Strikes coming in by Evil Uno. Shazab, shout out to you. Heather said, let's go Uno. What channel is boxing when you do it? That'd be this one. Anything that's like fighting. So anything that's wrestling, UFC, boxing, I would do that on this channel. Knees up by Adam Cole. Forearm strike. Against the ropes goes Uno. Knee strike. Nice kick there by Adam Cole. What I could look to do, I didn't even think about it, what I could look to do is I could make the wrestling channel just wrestling. And move, like now we've got that second channel, I could move everything over there. But I like the idea of that being football, in all honesty. I think people, if they tune into that, they probably are tuning in for the football more than anything else. Don't know, we're just so varied in what we cover. Adam Cole wins. There we go. Boom. So Adam Cole gets the dub. They definitely are. I don't see what was entertaining bar about 5 minutes of the show. In all seriousness, it was cool to see Ronda coming out smiling and playing a face role, but I feel some of the fans don't believe in that yet. Yeah, I think the crowd are split. I think Ronda's loving it. I think she loves being in front of people. I mean, like, it must be a great feeling. to like be out there and have people chanting for you. And I think, actually, I don't know why, she comes across as someone that's got a few insecurities and whatever. Like, I could see her, like, having a few self-doubts and a few insecurities. And I think, you know, she probably wants to do a good job in WWE. And she's probably a bit out of her comfort zone as well. Because, you know, she never did professional wrestling on the indie scene. So, I think that her going out there, being away for about 3 years... having said what she said about the fans as well. Do you know what I mean? There's probably quite a lot that's going through her mind. And then to be out there and have the fans chanting for her after everything, I think, you know, that probably did get her right in, you know, a soft spot. This is going to be a different Adam Cole. It's going to be a ruthless Adam Cole. I want some respect. How about you don't lose a lights out match against Orange Cassidy then? How about that? I'm one of the best wrestlers on the planet. I've won world championship after world championship for years. At the end of the day, Adam Cole always ends up becoming the guy. I want to leave everyone with this. I will become the AEW World Champion. So, Adam Cole, they give him an opportunity to talk. And he can talk. When he gets that opportunity, he can talk. The problem is, the words he's saying is not matched with the booking. He's saying that he wants respect, but you can't say that when you've just lost a lights out match to Orange Cassidy. (26-0) Jade Cargill right now. I'm green, right? I'm green like money. All right, Sammy Guevara. This is what we needed from Adam Cole. That was not fair to Sasha. She should be given the match at WrestleMania. I think she will, dude. I think she will. Sammy's still got 2 belts on. I like Sammy's entrance music. I really like Sammy's entrance music. So, Sammy making his way down. Sammy 2 belts. Do they need to keep both belts? No. Who's he facing? So, Guevara taking on Cassidy. I don't know why they're keeping the 2 belts. It doesn't make any sense. In UFC, if you have an interim title and then you get like interim against champion, the champ doesn't walk around with both belts. What was your rating for SmackDown? Oh, yeah, we closed it. I gave it a 4. I would be 4.7 for it, 5 or below. I think it was quite a poor show, in all fairness. It looks like scoring is quite close. So it seems, well, very close. Look at that. 21, 21, 21. So seems like the majority, 63% went 6, 7, 5 or below. And then it's really split as to where people were there. So, like, 21% was 6 to 675, 21% 5 to 575, 21% was 475 or below. So, seemed to split opinion. But seems like the score didn't really improve for too many people from those halftime scores. Right, we are underway with Sammy and Isaiah Cassidy. Dream match, AEW Dynamite. That's MJF versus CM Punk. I watched the new 25 South Park AEW Dynamite Smackdown, then EastEnders, says Matthew. There is a guarantee, never in wrestling, that you will never see Hulk Hogan in AEW. You've not got any fashion. It's all about that drip. What, the 2 belts thing? No, well, to be honest, I don't think it's about the drip. I think it's about the fact that he shouldn't be allowed to do it. He is the TNT title, and that is 1 belt. There's only 1 TNT title. The other thing that he's walking around with is the interim belt, but that was meant to have been unified during that last match. He should have been given, after the match, like 1 belt to carry going forward, but he's still parading around with 2. Which, when you haven't won 2 belts, looks a bit cringy. Reverse, Sammy going over into the corner. Top rope Inzaguri. You should show up on stream wearing a do-rag. That's some kind of traditional attire, isn't it? Is that... I don't know what that is. Is it a headpiece? What's a do-rag? I don't know what one is. I've heard of one. So I know it is an item of clothing, but I feel like it's a traditional item of clothing. So I absolutely should not show up on stream with the do-rag. AEW makes TNT belts like Nintendo make special 3DSs. Where do you think Braun Strowman is going to go by Titan? Do you think he will end up in AEW, New Japan, Impact? Do you think he'll come to AEW? Don't know, dude. I mean, I don't watch Impact, so I can't comment. New Japan, I don't think he'd go over to New Japan. I don't think he'd be... I don't think... New Japan, I think, pride themselves on wrestling. Maybe they could bring him in for a one-off thing, but I can't see him having a run in New Japan. So he might do something in Impact. I don't know. I mean, like, if AEW wanted him, why didn't they get him? It makes me think they potentially aren't interested. Because if they wanted him, surely they would have got him. So I'm thinking Impact is probably a likely landing place for him. And I think he is doing some stuff there at the moment. James said, Cole is right. He is one of the best, baby. And that is undisputed. It's for your hair if you want waves. It's what Vince wore when he had his head shaved. Let me Google it because I can't picture it. Let me Google it. Do-rag. Is it a cult? Would you say it was a cultural thing? don't know. I don't know if that would be classed as a do. Do you know? I didn't know that's what it was called. It's kind of like a head wrap, isn't it? I think it probably is. I don't know what its origins are. Sammy trying to pick up Cassidy, struggling. His back giving out a little bit. The do-rag was used to maintain hairstyles during Black Pride movement of 60s and 70s. It became a fashion statement. In the 1930s, during the Harlem Renaissance and Great Depression, the do-rag was used to maintain hairstyles. And then it was popular again in the 60s and 70s, and then you came back in the 90s with rappers. Symbolizes pride. Yeah, I mean, it's very symbolic. Do-rag controversy. Some high schools attempted to ban it, and Black Student Union staged a peaceful walkout in 2019 over it, so no. Absolutely should not be doing that. Interesting. Well, you learn something new every day, don't you? Another backstabber here. El Idolo. I would take Andrade versus Sammy. That would be fun, says David. Andrade has just made his way down. They need to go back to TV to get more exposure. Are you streaming the games after Rampage? Yes, Winter Olympics. As soon as Rampage is done. Forearm strike by Sammy. Stunner, and Sammy goes down against the ropes. Suicide dive. Grabs Sammy. Sammy getting chucked into the ring. Cassidy comes crashing down onto Sammy to shoulder up. He's looking for the kid that works for Sting. Every time there's an interim title, the person who wins it keeps it. So one day could have TNT titles at once. Sammy on one knee. Isaiah Cassidy kick to the midsection. He was going for a twist of fate, but 1, 2. Roll through, kick coming in. Corkscrew kick. Pele kick by Sammy. I had to stop watching Beyond Wrestling. The stream keeps effing up due to bad weather. Really? That's bad. That sucks. Did Little Mean Kathleen have a match, did she? I can't believe she said Sabres. That's amazing. Top rope. Looking for a springboard stunner. Shoulder up. Sammy going over, trying to get Isaiah Cassidy. Are both titles on the line, or does he get to keep one if he loses? Psych, you won, but you only get the interim title. Imagine if he had like 5, because he'd beaten 4 interim champions, and then he was like, okay, you beat me, fair play. Give me a second. That's got a little scratch on it. You can have that one. You can have that one. Yes. There's one belt. Give him the other one. Sammy, 2 belts. Sammy, 2 belts. Rather than having a fight with someone like Andrade, why doesn't he just go, you have this one, and I'll keep this one, but you can have that one. And let's just not bother fighting. Jericho can see that Sammy is outnumbered. surrounded. Here's Darby. Darby is... No. Darby standing next to Sammy. It's weird seeing Darby without Sting. Is Sting about to come down the ramp going... I can't move as quick as you, Darby. Give me 1 second. Woo. Darby is staring. He likes the right belt. He's staring at the right belt. Either that or his boob. I don't know what he's looking at. Why is he staring at it so longingly? Pats the belt. Sammy has got a little smile on his face. So Darby Allin likes the look of Sammy's either left boob or belt. I can't decide. Hook. We're seeing QT Marshall talking about Hook. I'm going to send someone for Hook. Okay. Hook next week. Commercial break. Commercial break. He was staring at the left belt. Oh, I thought it was the boob. Let's run this back, says Heather. I don't want Inner Circle to split, says Frenchie. 2 weeks without Hook match. AEW is finished. Is Hook supposed to be heel? Is he supposed to be heel? I don't even know anymore. In my mind, he can't be heel because people are crazy about him. So in my mind, he can't be heel, but I think he is part of a heel faction, isn't he? So I think he is. I mean, he is not a heel. He's just not. He's just so over, but yeah, I think he is technically meant to be part of a heel faction. James Chadwick said, Little Mean Kathleen didn't have a match. She was ringside with her team against the Ring of Honor Righteous, but she did a crossbody off the top onto them. Don't tell me that Stinger's left AEW. Yep, Sting's left. He's gone. It's been released. He's gone. Nah, I mean, look, it's Rampage. He's probably like, I don't get paid for Rampage. I don't get paid for Dark Elevation or Rampage. So Darby is going to have to go out there on his own. Legend Killer said, we need Hook. If you as a wrestler, would you prefer to be a face or a heel? You not wanting to defend a championship if you had it sounds heelish. Oh, I'd be heelish then. Yeah. If that would make me a heel, I would not want to be defending that title. But does that make me a heel? I mean, like, I'm a champion. I've worked hard to get to the top. I've had to scratch and claw and fight my way to the title. Why am I now going to be so willing to just give people title opportunities? I want to put myself into the record books. I want to make a name for myself. I want to hold that title as long as possible. Like, in the modern day, I don't see that as a heel. Someone like Shinsuke is a face who hasn't defended his title since September. No one's booing him. I think he's genius. He's a genius. That's a genius move. Do you know what I mean? Like, brilliant. His title reign is going to go down as being quite a long title reign, and he ain't done nothing. I mean, that is a champion. It's not just someone that can do it in the ring, but it's someone that's got the brains as well. Why defend your title all the time? Because that only increases your chances of losing. You know, this was my big criticism of Big E. Big E was so happy to go into that fatal five-way. It was a triple threat. Then it was a fatal four-way. Then on the day of the show, it's a fatal five-way. And Big E's like, bring them all on. I'll beat them all. Well, you won't, will you? And look at you now. You're not the champion. Look at you now. You're on SmackDown, back with Kofi Kingston. And you deserve to be on SmackDown and back with Kofi Kingston. Because he should have fought. He should have screamed and argued and said no and protested and done whatever he could to keep that title. But he wasn't smart enough. He didn't politic enough. So if that made me a heel, I would be a heel. Plus, I'd have more fun with a heel. I'd have way more fun if I was a heel. Being a face is boring. Wow, Layla Hirsch smacking Chris Statlander with a chair from behind. She chucked her the chair and Chris Statlander just held it, and so she then striked it into her face. Why did she hold the chair? Why did she hold it? Here's Mercedes Martinez. That is harsh. Vince listens to no one. Yeah, but he could still put up a fight, couldn't he? Big E could still put up a fight. To just go into that match with a smile on your face going, do you know what I mean? Yeah, bring it on. It's brilliant. I mean, what would have happened if he'd have been sick? What would he have been stripped of the belt? What if he found out and said he had COVID? I mean, like, what would he do? How would they respond to that? Like, I want to see a champion that fights backstage as hard as they fight in the ring. Big E just waving, going, here we go. About to lose my belt. And look at him now. Look at him now. And all those little things really count against him. I don't think people in their heart of hearts look at Big E and respect him for putting himself in that situation. I don't think he got respect for that at all. I mean, the bottom line is he's not champion now. He's nowhere near the title picture anymore. Any respect that anyone gained for him has been completely gone and negated by where he is on the card now. So yeah, being a face sucks. If that's the kind of thing you've got to do to be a face, it sucks. Thunder Rosa. It's good to see her on a show. Like, there's too many weeks where she's not on. Thunder Rosa, Jessie of Chi-Town podcast Love Crush, says channel name. I love Thunder's entrance. She ready to kick ass. Thunder Rosa on the outside of the ring. Should be a good little fight, this. Into the railings goes Mercedes Martinez. Snap suplex by Thunder Rosa. Vince respects wrestlers that stand up to him, says Helicart. Vince listened to Goldberg and let him squash the Fiend. Yeah, well, I would. I'm just telling him, being honest. People want to know, if you was a wrestler, who would you face? What would you do? I tell you what I would do. I would be doing everything I could to keep that belt. So at the moment we've got Camel. Bit of a camel clutch, but strikes coming into the side of the head. She throws Mercedes Martinez down. Thunder Rosa looking out at the crowds. Goes against the ropes. Against the ropes again. Up. Spinebuster by Mercedes Martinez. To kick out by Thunder Rosa. In today's wrestling, in order to be a face, you've got to be eager fighting champion. Who's the last face you can think of that wasn't that way? I'll wait. Shinsuke. So you didn't have to wait very long, did you? Shinsuke hasn't defended. He's a face. He comes out with boogs, and he hasn't defended his title since September. Boom, done. Strikes coming in by Mercedes Martinez. I mean, the way that faces and heels are presented, I think, is very out of touch, to be honest. I think, look at, like, people love those that entertain them. If you're entertaining, then you're going to get cheered. If you're boring, then you're going to be booed. And that team seems to be a more modern way of deciding who's... I mean, look at Roman. People love Roman. Roman, I think, is their top merch seller right now. He's a massive heel, technically, but he gets cheered. And when he was a face, he kept getting, like, split kind of cheers and boos. So, for me, like, it's too stuck in the past. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's so 1980s. 1970s, the good guy's gonna, say your prayers, eat your vitamins, that's the good guy in wrestling. I think it's outdated. I think it's completely outdated. I think we see lots of people in UFC that people love that, kind of cause a few problems. And, I mean, look at Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor was massive, but he wasn't, like, fighting just nobodies. He turned loads of fights down. Because he wanted the right fight. And the right fight matters. If you're a champion and someone calls you out, if you think that they're just way below you, not worth your time, you don't have to say yes at the risk of not staying a face. As I said, Conor constantly turned down loads of people. Like, not worth my time. I think that it's very outdated, I think, where that part of wrestling, like the whole face and heel thing, is important. It does matter. And I think that, there's a lot of it that does still carry over. But Big E, I completely lost respect for him. Completely lost respect for him. I said it at the time, so I'm not retrospectively saying it now. But I said at the time, just accepting that you are now being screwed over to the point where you've now got to defend your title, not in a one-on-one match, which the odds are in your favor, not even in a triple threat where maybe you can still get a fatal five-way. A fatal five-way where you could have two people beating you up on the outside of the ring and the other two are just free to have a match on their own in the ring. Whoever wins gets your title. I mean, you are completely being screwed over. A fatal five-way is the kind of thing that a heel Sonya would put Naomi through. If Naomi was champion and Sonya really wanted to cheat her out of the belt, she would book her in like a fatal five-way. Like, that's a heel thing to do. That's a heel thing to book your champion in. Big E just walked into it with a smile on his face going, the odds are against me. I'm going to give it my best. I'm glad he lost. He's an idiot. He put up no fight whatsoever in that. No fight whatsoever. How is this fair? How am I meant to defend this title in a fatal five-way? Why am I defending in a fatal five-way? I have done everything that's been asked of me in this company. Why have you put me in this situation? Seemingly, he didn't even want any answers as to why he was about to get screwed over and lose his title. And that says to me that the title doesn't mean that much to him then. He ain't that bothered about the belt. He can't be. If he was bothered about it, he would have fought harder for it. So, says to me that, and this is all kind of subliminal. This is all stuff that you don't really think through, but that's the impression that it gives. I've got the impression Big E just ain't that bothered. Because if he was, he would have fought a hell of a lot harder to have kept the belt when he had it. And now look where he is, as I said earlier. Kicking around in a tag division on SmackDown with Kofi Kingston. Does nothing for Big E. Doesn't help get him over. Only hurts his character. It's rubbish. It's rubbish booking. Rubbish booking. that upsets me more, annoys me more than Kofi losing in 7 seconds to Brock. At least Kofi lost clean in a Brock to match. It was 7 seconds and it was a squash. But people were seemingly more upset that Kofi lost a clean Brock match in 7 seconds than Big E was being made to defend his title in a fatal 5-way where the odds are massively stacked against him. And of course, one of them people was Brock Lesnar. Right, Thunder Rosa wins. There was a pole used on the outside of the ring. Thunder Rosa down. Pipe to the face. So Thunder Rosa down, and she gets I think the DQ win. As Mercedes Martinez walloped her with a pipe. Serena Deeb, the queen. It's in my blood. The wolf inside will always chase, thrive, rise, feed. Seen a wolf. Keep running. I'm faster. Well, there we go. Tony is interviewing Mercedes Martinez. I told you I would take Thunder Rosa out by any means necessary. Here's Britt Baker. Jamie Hayter. Reba. I know MD. Jamie is not happy, is she, in the background? Finish the job. She tells Mercedes Martinez to finish Thunder. Jamie Hayter, I think, is from Southampton. Right, FTW Championship coming up next. Big E didn't have the right knee pads for backstage politics. He needs to go heel, turn on Kofi, destroy him, and save what little he has got left in WWE. I'd be down for that, you know, because that would really force the change I think is needed. I mean, I think, needs to go heel. He wouldn't lean into being even remotely doing anything that was even remotely as being seen as heel. He just relied on the power of positivity, and maybe he can use that now. Maybe he can say, well, look where the power of positivity got me. It lost me my championship. I had to defend against like 4 other people, and because I had to embrace the power of positivity, here I am now in the tag division on SmackDown, a million miles away from the main event scene, where I belong. So now I embrace the power of negativity. Like, that would be an amazing promo for Big E to deliver. That would be brilliant. I would love to see that. I would love to see him, like, let's go a bit darker with everything. Like, with his music, you could get a bit darker. With his ring gear not being as bright as well. Like, I'd love to see a heel Big E. I would love to see a heel Big E. Certainly now, I mean, we have seen him as like do heel work in the past, but now with him, like, you know, really established, having already been champion, like, that'd be really good. Be really good. Did you hear at the end of the Britt Baker promo when she said DMD, by the way, your baby is ugly? No, I didn't hear that. I don't think she would say that, would she? Because SmackDown was live tonight, and isn't this pre-recorded? I think this is pre-recorded. 2 irrelevant titles on the show: the interim TNT and the FTW. Says Rob. Heel Big E is coming, said Zoom Station. I hope that's what we get. I hope that's why they've put them back with Kofi. I never thought about that they could split them. I just thought they were going to have a tag team title run now. But yeah, I mean, if he does turn on Kofi at some point, maybe we get Big E versus Kofi at WrestleMania. I never considered that. That never crossed my mind. I think it's because they've teamed together so many times, and they've been as a New Day have been together for so long. I don't expect them to split, but I mean that would be huge. That'd be great. I would love it. Primo said Goldberg in February 2020 beat The Fiend, put the nail in the coffin. Does he put Roman into the grave? I don't think so. I think Vince struggled with the Fiend character. I think he saw its potential and he backed Bray, but I think there was probably things that were happening behind the scenes that Vince was getting annoyed at. Vince wanted freedom to do whatever he wanted to do with that character, and I think that there was quite a few occasions where it didn't. He kept facing opposition, basically. I think Vince had a certain vision, and it was completely different to Wyndham's. So I don't think they were on the same page. I don't know when they really started falling out, but I don't think Vince really thought twice about having the Fiend lose. We didn't know that those things were happening behind the scenes, though. So I think in Vince's mind, he was like, I don't want the Fiend in that title picture. I want to go in this direction now. And so, but I don't think that's the same with Roman. I think he really likes Roman, so I think it's a different scenario. I think the point I'm making is that it's nothing to do with Goldberg. I think it was more to do with Bray and the Fiend and Vince not being on the same page with that character. But he is definitely on the Roman page. He's always been on the Roman page. So Goldberg going over Fiend, now that we know everything. I mean, who thought that Bray would get released? So now that we know a few more details, I think Goldberg politicking backstage, doing what a good champion should do. I could see being able to convince Vince of I should go over the Fiend, but I can't see him convincing Vince that he should go over Roman. Fiend is better than everything in WWE right now, says Erase Your Minds. Can you imagine the IWC if Roman was squashed by Goldberg? Yeah, that would melt. That would melt. The IWC would literally melt down. Jim said, I doubt that Big E will turn on Kofi. Probably not. I would like to see it. I'm quite into the idea of it. Right. Is it Starks against Lethal? Boom. Main event time. Main event time. Is it AL? Here we go. Jay Lethal making his way out. I wish he was still doing Black Machismo. His record is 4-0 in 2022. He's on a 5-match win streak. His record is 4-0 in 2022. So he's made his way out. All Elite Wrestling has Heart, and that That's a shirt that raises money for, I think, was it the American Heart Disease Research? Here's Starks and Powerhouse Hobbs. Do you remember when Goldberg won the title clean from Hogan on Nitro? Everyone lost their minds. That was a fun moment, says Master Chief. If Goldberg hits a jackhammer on Roman, fans are going to freak out. I think... I mean, look, if he hits a jackhammer, that's fine, because I ain't expecting him to win. And I think they'll tease it. I think he'll hit a jackhammer or he'll hit a spear. I mean, there'll be teases that he's about to win. But I don't think he'll win. I think Roman wins. I mean, Roman against Brock is what we're getting at WrestleMania. I feel quite comfortable, quite confident that Roman will get the win. If for some reason they have Goldberg win the title, wow. I mean, if the internet will literally melt. I mean, like, it will melt. There will be so much anger online. Bunker said, I'm not enjoying Rampage tonight. Is it me, or is Rampage kind of looking better than Dynamite the last few weeks? I think it might be you. I don't think that Rampage... Dynamite has been a little bit off recently as well, in all fairness. I think both shows have kind of struggled a little bit. So... Right, we are up and running. Goldberg commercial. Jonathan said, needs to do more pull-ups to get himself some bigger lats. Right, walking around. Lock up. Going back to the corner. We've got Ricky Starks against the ropes. And we've got Jay Lethal against the ropes. How long have we got? We've got 13 minutes to go. It could be a triple threat if Goldberg wins. I don't see it, to be honest, but I see it being that I don't think they would give Roman a loss. I think Roman being undefeated is a big part of that story with Brock, so I don't think they would have Roman take a loss here. I suppose what they could do is have Brock interfere so that it's not a clean loss. If you was going to do it, if you was hell bent on having Goldberg win, then maybe Brock could pay Roman back by interfering, like how Roman interfered at the Royal Rumble, and then Goldberg wins, and then you end up getting Goldberg, Roman, Brock. But I ain't worried about it. I really don't see that happening. I don't see that being the story they want to tell. I think it's going to be a one-on-one match. I mean, those have been the rumors for a long, long time. Big chop coming in. What if Goldberg goes to AEW? Kyle said, I swear, bad SmackDowns make Rampage less enjoyable. David said, tonight has been a solid show. These two guys can go. Main event, and the women's match was solid, says David. Just got a YouTube reminder for the Football Days Winter Olympics Day 1, says Rob. Really? I didn't know it sent out little reminders like that. I didn't know that they did that. That's fun. Yeah, that's in, about 25 minutes. Trip by Starks. Starks goes out the ring. Lethal with a suicide dive into Starks. I can't tell if that was a botch or not. I can't tell if he really did trip there or if he was meant to do that. Against the ropes goes Lethal. Suicide dive into Starks again. Powerhouse Hobbs behind Lethal. He looks bigger, doesn't he, Hobbs? Hobbs. Hobbs looks even bigger than when he first came in. Clothesline by Starks. Lethal goes down. There's people like JD that believe Tony will sign Ember, Tegan, Tony, Mia. Is that not too much? I think the women's division in particular could do with some. I think getting Mia would make sense. Getting Mia and Keith would both make sense. So Mia and Keith, I think, would be good additions. Tony, there might be Tony Storm might be a problem because we don't know why she struggled. I mean, you don't want someone that you're going to build a storyline around and then they don't show up to TV. I think she said that she's never had a history of doing that in the past. I think she was just burnt out. But if I was Tony, I would need some guarantees that you're going to look after yourself or you're going to talk to me and you're not going to get to that point again. Because I'm not going to want to invest in someone and then all of a sudden they're not around. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't run a wrestling company that way. You can't run a business that way. And I think the way that she went out is a bit of a problem. Only a problem to the point where you would want that conversation. That's all. You would want that conversation. I would. That would be part of the interview process. I just want to know. But if that was all above board and I felt comfortable with it, then you could bring in Tony Storm. But I feel that Keith Lee, Mia Yim are no-brainers. I think they're absolutely no-brainers. But it's the women's division that probably needs a boost more than the men's now. Because the men's has got Daniel Bryan. Obviously, Hangman's doing well. We got Kenny to come back. You got Cody. You got Sammy. You got Darby. Like, there's loads. Stacks. CM Punk. Didn't even mention CM Punk. Wardlow looks like he's about to go off on his own with MJF as well. Andrade, Miro, like the list goes on. But you look at the women's side and it's not as stacked. So, I think some of those releases definitely could get. But I think if you're going to get Mia Yim, you might as well get Keith Lee as well. Can you see Seth interfering in the Brock Roman match to get payback on Roman for what he did at the Rumble? Don't think so. I don't think so. I feel like there needs to be... Isn't he in the Elimination Chamber? I feel like Seth's just going to turn his attention now to trying to become champion. So I would imagine that he'll just try and win Elimination Chamber. I don't know. You don't tend to see people, like, once that feud's done, you don't tend to see people, like, carrying things on like that. So I think they'll keep it quite clean. I think they'll keep Seth away. Men's division is set, agrees now with Danhausen. You didn't even mention Pac and Black, says David. Moxley is back, says Alexis. Mia, Keith, Amber, Tony would be good additions. Tony is worth the risk. This Rampage is a classic. Tony Khan outbeat this year's Rumble. What a show. 2 out of 10 so far, says Al. It's a good comment that was the other day. So we're just seeing lovely belly-to-belly by Ricky Starks into the final 6 minutes. AEW is like NXT 3.0. Lethal throwing in some shots. I bet we get Seth, Bibby, Kevin Owens, WrestleMania triple threat, says Rob. Starks. Kick to the midsection. So Starks goes down. Let's go Lethal, says Heather. John said, I wonder if Tony Khan's huge announcement is going to be that they've bought WWE from Vince. Has he said that there's a huge announcement on the actual show? Is that what he said? Like, I don't know where this huge announcement has come from. Tony Khan. Let's have a look. Maybe the huge announcement is there was some announcement to do with Revolution or something. I don't know. What a great TNT title match. He's tweeting along with the show. He said, I'm planning on dropping some newsworthy info. That's it. I'm planning on dropping some newsworthy info on tonight's show. So, it's not saying he's got a big surprise or anything. He's just said there's going to be some newsworthy info. That might be something to do with Revolution. That's probably it. Yeah, they just promoted it on the show. Huge announcement on Dynamite was announced earlier in the show. Oh, there's a huge announcement now on Dynamite. So, what? Tune in to Rampage tonight, where we're going to tell you that there's a huge announcement happening on Dynamite. And then at Dynamite, it'll be like, right, guys, we've got our announcement. This Friday, Tony Khan is going to be in the ring on Dynamite. And then we get to Dynamite, Tony Khan's in the ring, and he's like, right, my announcement is that at Rampage, and we just literally just keep going from show to show to show to show to show without anything actually announced. It's the AEW's equivalent of Veer, where Veer is always coming and never arrives. Trios, Tightman. Is that what you think it will be? Are you going to do UFC tomorrow? Yes. Heyman turns on Roman, part 2, says Al. Big chops coming in by Lethal. Ricky Starks throwing in a few shots. Chop coming in by Lethal. Chop coming back by Ricky Starks. Kick coming in by Lethal. And again. Lovely. Corkscrew Inzaguri. Powerhouse Hobbs pops up on the edge of the ring. Drop kick by Jay Lethal as Powerhouse Hobbs spills to the outside. Jay Lethal trying to get back up to his feet as Starks hurls Lethal against the ropes. Lethal goes for a suicide dive and hits hard into the ground. Dante Garcia comes crashing down onto Powerhouse. Jay Lethal in the ring. Jay Lethal trying to get the crowd on his side. He's looking to go for the finisher. Starks had way too much time to recover. Starks back in. Kick. Kick to the midsection. Reversed by Lethal. Roll through. 1, 2, 2. No, gets caught, gets planted. That was nice. That was nice by Ricky Starks. Ricky Starks gets the win. Where did Dante come from? Well, I didn't expect to have to do this, but Dante's mom and Dante's dad had a lovely evening. Maybe they went out, had some wine, or had a nice meal, or maybe popped the cinema. And I'm sure Dante's dad was like, hey, baby, you know, made a few moves, maybe put on a bit of Barry White or something. You know, there's a bit of kissing, a bit of cuddling. I mean, I can go as far as you need me to. I would have thought you would have covered this by now, to be honest, but Dante's mum and dad had like special feelings for each other. Snuggled up to each other. As he said, Barry White is still Still playing. And, I mean, feel free. I can keep going if you need me to. This is beautiful, says Tahil. Yeah, I don't want to get to the core of it, to be honest. I don't know that this is the right place to have that conversation, but no one is stopping me. No one's going, oh, it's all right, Days. I know what happens. I thought someone might jump in and go, no, we know it's fine. But no one did. So I kind of found myself going, and then he walked over to her, and she took her dress off, and again, no one's saying anything. Why are you letting me twist? Why are you letting me twist in the breeze? Huge announcement. Goldberg is all elite. I saw some reports earlier saying that Keith Lee has possibly already signed. Tony Khan's huge announcement is that ECW is all elite. Days, I have Olympics, the opening show on, and they're letting little kids sing, and it sounds awful. Yeah. Get to the bit where you see the kids falling over. That's hilarious. Ah! Charlie Caruso. I got Charlie Caruso on my screen. Is she working for the UFC now? What's happening? Why is Charlie Caruso on my TV screen? Charlie Caruso, I think, must be working for the UFC or Sports Center. What the flip? Why have I got Sports Center on BT Sport? I didn't know that we threw over to Sports Center. Wow. We've got Megan Anderson, Jimmy Smith, Charlie Arnold. Then what happened? They had sex. Hardcore sex. Lots of sex. They had sex in the kitchen. They had sex in the living room. They had sex in the bedroom. They had sex on the balcony. They had sex in the front garden. They had sex in the back garden. Sexy sex is what happened. And the man impregnated the woman. And then 9 months later, baby. There we go. We got there. Why no one would stop me, I haven't got a clue. You just had to keep pushing, didn't you? And that's what he said to her. That's what she said to him. Because they had sex and, his sperm came out and it went into her egg and it fertilized the egg and the egg was in the womb and then that egg grew after 9 months and it became a Dante Martin. That is exactly what happened. Had to make it awkward. Nah, do you know what? It's all right, actually. Hardcore what? Sex! Sex! I heard a rumor there was at least 4 people involved. I don't know if that's true. I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of it. There might be a child watching. What are you doing? Education. That's what I'm doing. How about them apples? Plus also, why is a child awake at 11:05 at night? We're past the watershed. Right. I tell you what, I'm not past streaming because I've got more of it to do. So I'm going to go. How many sexes did they have? Oh, I think it was like 27. 27, and there was 5 people involved. And at the end of it, Dante Martin popped out. I mean, about 9 months later, but... right, yes. Over on Football Channel in about 5 to 10 minutes, because I am just going to have to quickly set it up, we will be live with the Winter Olympics, and we will be there for the next 6 hours or so. Ish. 5 to 6 hours, so... Winter Olympics coming up next. Awesome. Thanks a lot for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the shows. And I am back on this channel tomorrow for UFC I am over on the football channel now for Winter Olympics. I think that's it. I can't remember if we do. I can't remember what else we've got, to be honest. I can't remember if it's Winter Olympics and then maybe even a football match. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing today. I'll have a look over on there on the Winter Olympics thing. But yeah, if you want to keep talking, chatting away, enjoying some Winter Olympics, we will be live over there in about 5 to 10 minutes' time. Awesome. Thanks for watching. Toodly bye. Sick!